drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap. is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Hi, everybody. Welcome in as we get your baseball underway on this Friday morning. And my apologies. I have been sitting here for 2.5 innings, just jammering away, and the only person that's been hearing all my input was me. And, you know, I like to find a logical, as that will go to the screen, and get Savarese and his runner down to third. I like to come up with an excuse that is not me, but it is me. It was an input that said you, and there were two of them, and I selected the wrong one. So nobody to blame but me, but here we go. Thank you very much, Nick Singleton, for going, hey, man, I can't hear you. Don't know what the problem is. Now you got folks, by the way, that are watching the game going, oh, it was so peaceful. It was so quiet. Got to watch the game without Robert jibber-jabbering on. But I'm back. Nathan Jenkins at the plate. Got a runner in third here in the bottom part of the second. I mean, heck, I've only been doing this for, 40 years now as far as audio is concerned. Probably should have noticed that my VU wasn't bouncing quite in conjunction with me. Dropped into left field. That'll be a base hit for Jenkins that will drive in Savarese's runner. And it becomes a 2-1 game. Double for Jenkins, RBI, cuts the lead in half. So let me recap. Let me go back all the stuff you missed. And I'll start with the lineups since it is elite batting. Kenny Lionel, the one-hitter. Connor Chris batting second. Grayson Hall third. Carlos Pena, the four guy. Harrison Hammer fifth. Sean Norvell is the six-hitter. Brody Wynn batting seventh. Kenner Williams eighth. Micah Colgis ninth. And Ryland Bunch 10th. And we are at the spot on the order for Stars 18 that features Preston Babineau. So let's give you that lineup for the Stars. Noah Arvalo, the one-hitter. A.J. Lamaspear batting second. Tucker Johnson third. Merrick Perry fourth. Trey Diodande is the five-hitter. Gam Savarese hitting fourth. Nathan Jenkins, I make that sixth. Nathan Jenkins seventh. Preston Babineau eighth. Zach Johnson ninth. Jacob Bourgeois 10th. And Trey Davis is the 11-hitter. Now, taking a look at your defenses. For Elite Dreams, as that pitch is outside of the zone to Babineau. On the mound, Harrison Hammered. Behind the plate, Grayson Hall. First baseman, Micah Colgis. Kenny Lionel at second. Shortstop, Carlos Pena. And at third, Brody Wynn. Outfielder, Ryland Bunch in left. As that is right back to Hammered. Goes over to first with a throw. Babineau out on the 1-3 that moves Jenkins to third. Connor Chris in center field, and Kenner Williams is in right. And then defensively for Stars 18. Merrick Perry got the start pitching. Ethan Little came in relief. Gabe Savarese behind the plate. Nathan Jenkins at first. Jacob Bourgeois at second. Shortstop Noah Arvalo. Preston Babineau at third. And Zach Johnson in left. Trey Davis in center. The right fielder, Trey Diodande. And that's got you caught up. My apologies. I did not know that you could not hear me. But the issue resolved, and it's a good thing we resolved it early. Second inning, 50 minutes into the ball game. Zach Johnson with a runner at third, tying run there with one away. And hammered with a meeting from coach here in the bottom of the second. Hammered after the visit from coach, throws a 70-mile-an-hour offering a little bit high. That was his 34th pitch of the game. Jacob Bourgeois on deck. Zach Johnson trying to drive in that tying run here in the bottom part of inning number 2. And that's a high offering given to Johnson. He'll walk, and it'll put runners at first and third. Well, you missed the fact that we're at Southern Miss. Of course, you might have seen the Golden Eagle there by the hitter. And when we go to this look, the USM. So probably put 2 and 2 together, but if not, we are at Southern Miss in Hattiesburg. Off and running is Johnson. There won't be a throw with a runner at third, Jenkins. And now the Stars with the go-ahead run in scoring position. Well, you would think after all these years of broadcasting that there's some mistakes I wouldn't make. Well, it's when you're talented in the mistake department. So again, my apologies. Just found out you couldn't hear me. Jacob Bourgeois. A little high, a little bit inside with a pitch. That is shot over towards the right side, but out of play. Trey Davis to the on-deck circle. Top of the third, Grayson Hall, Carlos Pena, Harrison Hammond all coming to the plate. Well, we are here all day, by the way. This link that you've opened for the opening game will be the same link that stays live throughout the day. In between games, we'll put up a graphic that tells you when the next game's coming. About a 2-hour, 15-minute window. And trying to wrap the game up in about an hour 50-ish. Fouled away by Bourgeois. Three, 4, and 5 in the order for Elite Dreams when we get to third. That is knocked down and short by Pena. Hobbs up, throws over to first late. In to score is Jenkins. That'll be an infield single. And Bourgeois has tied the game at 2. Trey Davis to the plate, then back to the top of the order, Noah Arvalo. Moving to the on-deck circle. Over to first with the throw, back safely That is Bourgeois. That is foul ball over towards third. Nice backhand by Wynn, but on the foul side of the bag. And it looks like A.J. Lespierre has moved to the on-deck circle. And not Noah Arvalo. Trey Davis. 5-3 from Havard. Running is Bourgeois. He'll get in with a stolen base. Holding at third is Johnson. And a couple of runners in scoring position now for Davis before going back to the top of the order. Just a little bit outside with the offering. It is warm here in Hattiesburg. Started the game at 85 degrees. As that one has popped up in the direction of center field. Able to make the over-the-shoulder catch at short is Pena. Johnson and Bourgeois will hold. And there's two gone for A.J. Lespierre. And it looks like there are additional changes. I anticipated the change of Ethan Little batting from Eric Perry, but Perry, first group through the rotation, batted after Johnson, not Lespierre. But it looks like at the moment that Little will be batting next in the 3-4 spot. A little bit outside with a 69-mile-an-hour offering. 49th pitch from Havard. A.J. Lespierre walked in the first. That'll go to the screen. Johnson will come in to score. Meanwhile, off to first goes Lespierre, and Bourgeois takes third. And the Stars grabbing their first lead of the game here in the bottom of the second. And Ethan Little will make his way to the plate. Eric Perry to the on-deck circle. So Little is batting for Johnson and not batting for Perry. So though he replaced Perry on the bump, will not replace him at the plate. Little coming in where the EH had been previously. And Eric Perry moving to the on-deck circle. That'll go to the screen. Here comes Bourgeois from third. He'll score. Headed to second is Lespierre. And the Stars have turned in a 4-run inning. Ethan Little came into the ball game from Eric Perry after Perry left the pump following an inning and a third of work. And threw one pitch, by the way, to put an end to the top of the second. One pitch, got the double play with the bases loaded. And now Little to the plate, batting in the spot where Tucker Johnson, the EH, hit in the first inning. And Johnson wound up striking out. That is fouled away. Merrick Perry with a single in the first, 1 for 1 in the ball game. I make that Little at the plate. Perry is on deck, but Perry is 1 for 1 in the game. But Little getting his first at-bat of the game. Got a base runner there at second. You see A.J. left spear. .78-mile-an-hour toss, a little high, and Little's given a walk. So a couple of base runners on. Merrick Perry coming to the plate. That is the 55th Havard pitch. And it looks like Coach coming out of the dugout. It'll be the second time in the inning. So the tenure on the bump apparently done for Harrison Havard. And a new pitcher in tow, I believe that is Sean Norvell, making his way to the hill here in the bottom of the second.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
After the wall given to Little, a new pitcher on the hill, and is Sean Norvell. Comes into the ball game with 4 runs in and 2 runners on. Here in the bottom of the second. A little better than an hour into the game. 77-mile-an-hour toss. Popped up left side, back onto the grass to make the catch. The shortstop, Carlos Pena, and Perry will fly out, leaving a couple of base runners on. But 4 runs are in, and the Stars have put a new name atop the leaderboard.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the third gets underway. It is Grayson Hall who will begin it. Carlos Pena and Harrison Hammer due up in the inning, too. In a 4-2 game, a couple of runs played in the first for Elite and 4 runs in the second for Stars. And here we are in the third. Hall leading it off. A lot of changes defensively for the Stars. I see Zach Johnson now at short. Bryn Ray is now at first. Noah Arvalo has moved to second. Jacob Bourgeois has moved to center. So a lot of changes for the Stars, and that is not uncommon in the Showcase Series to see teams alter their defense, maybe even sometimes their offense. Grayson Hall with a walk and a run scored in the first. First of 5 games to be played on this Friday. 5 tomorrow and a 4-game Sunday. And do have a little precip predicted on Sunday. Let's hope that's inaccurate. Of course, it's that time of the year where when you get those afternoon highs in the mid-90s, that a heat-generated thunderstorm could be part of the weather pattern, even on a clear sunny day to begin with. Walk given to Grayson Hall, his second walk. First one issued by Merrick Perry, this one by Ethan Little. And got a runner coming in. That is Connor Chris, who will run for Grayson Hall. That is popped up over towards the dugout. Ray gives it a look, and it will hop up onto the dugout. Got a base runner on in a 4-2 game, top of the third. Carlos Pena at the plate. Chris running for Grayson Hall. Hall the catcher. And it is popped up in the direction of Bourgeois in center field. He's there for the catch. Back to first will go Chris, and there's one away. Harrison Havard next. Sean Norvell moving to the on-deck circle. Chris getting his lead over at first. There's the pitch. Got the outside part of the plate with a 75-mile-an-hour Ethan Little offering on the campus of Southern Miss, where 3 or 4 days ago they were playing in the regional against Miami and lost by a run, or they'd be playing baseball today. As a matter of fact, they'd be hosting. And as a matter of fact, had they beaten Miami on Monday, I guess we wouldn't be here today. We'd be down in Poplarville, Mississippi at Pearl River. Great year for Southern Miss, but it ends with that 5-4 loss to Miami on Monday. Southern Miss trying to get back to the Super Regionals with hopes of eventually getting to the World Series. So maybe next year, let's hope the Golden Eagles do it again. Win the conference. Into the dirt with a pitch. Part of the Sun Belt Conference. And of course, the showcase likes the Sun Belt Conference. Going to be at Troy next, is it next week or the week after? I think it is next week. And we'll have a crew at Troy University as well as one at Nicholls State next week. Close play at first, but able to get back is Chris. Don't forget to download that Showcase Series app, by the way, to keep updated on everything that is Showcase Series related. Not just this game, but all kinds of information available there pertaining to the showcase. Popped up by Havard on the infield. That is Johnson in short making the catch. And there's 2 gone with Sean Norvell next. A reminder, by the way, that we're trying to build our YouTube numbers. So be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. You are watching on YouTube, and all it requires is a simple movement of the cursor over the subscribe button and a click. That's it. I mean, that's a 3 second process. And that'll get you access to all kinds of stuff. Games, shows, highlights, and more. Chris back safely at first. Sean Norvell, who started the game as the EH. And now the pitcher. Drove in a couple of runs with a 2-out single in the first. Foul tips that one back into the middle of Savarese. But we're trying to grow our little YouTube community. I think we've got 66, 70 something. So let's shoot for what? Maybe 6,700 by the weekend. I mean, that's really doable. I mean, heck, only need to pick up about 25 more to get to 6,700. Brody Wynn is on deck. Running is Chris. Throw a little high, and he's in with a stolen base. So a base runner at second in scoring position. Connor Chris running for Grayson Hall. Tying run to the plate, put a swing and a miss by Norvell. And Little will pick up his first strikeout of the game. It is the second for Stars pitching.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
We get the bottom of the third underway. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. I think the Stars hopping around a little bit in their batting order. believe this is Jacob Bourgeois. Swing and a miss, and out will go the leadoff guy here in the third. And that is because on the lineup card I had Trey Diodande wearing 18 as the 5-hitter or the leadoff guy in the third, and that was not an 18 on the jersey. Gabe Savarese to the plate. Savarese with a walk and a run score. Nathan Jenkins to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with the 70-mile-an-hour offering from Sean Norvell. All of the elite runs came in the first. All of the Stars runs in the second. As the count goes to 0-2 on Savarese. That is a drop strike 3. Can Savarese get on? No. Yes, he can throw just behind Savarese. So a drop strike 3 has Savarese on. And let's see if the catcher gets a runner, and apparently he will. So a base runner on, Nathan Jenkins coming to the plate. And that is Trey Diodande, who is now running at first. Jenkins with an RBI double in the second. Inside the Norvell pitch, his 10th of the game. Diodande with his lead over at first. Norvell with a glance over the shoulder of the runner, taking off. Diodande, and he'll get in safely despite starting the slide a little early. It's artificial turf a little quicker, so you do the slide in the normal spot, you might go past the bag. So Diodande starts it early, but still able to get there ahead of the throw. And Jenkins now with an RBI chance at second. Jenkins doubled in a run in the second. Preston Babineau moving to the on-deck circle. A few more clouds than we had earlier. No mention of rain. Let's hope there is no rain today. Didn't bring my tent to center field. That will be a structure put up tomorrow. Definitely for Sunday. There's the chance of some showers moving in on Sunday. Swing and a miss by Jenkins. And he will go down a strikeout victim. That is actually the third Norvell strikeout of the inning, but only the second out. 2 gone for Preston Babineau. Dropped in front of Linnell, scoops it up at second, throws over to first. Late throw coming to the plate after taking the turn and coming home is Diadande. So an infield Babineau single driving in a run. And now that drop strike 3 looms large as Zach Johnson makes his way to the plate. Edison back our way. As a matter of fact, about 6 inches from smacking a window, but got the overhang here on the 3rd floor of the press box, looking down on Pete Taylor Park and Hill Denson Field. One hour and 28 minutes into the ball game. Running is a runner for Babineau. That is no longer Babineau. Looks like it is a 15, which would be Branson Ray. And Ray in safely at second. A little bit outside with a pitch to Zach Johnson, who walked and scored a run in the 2nd. Stole a base, came in on a wild pitch. Now cloud coverage moving in on this Friday morning here in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Well, let me scroll over to the iPhone weather app and see if anything has changed since we started this game about 90 minutes ago. Nope. Not supposed to have anything precip wise, as you got a trip down to first by Johnson with a walk. And a couple of runners on. Ray at second, Johnson at first. For Jacob Bourgeois. Bryn Ray moving to the on-deck circle. Ground to Lionel. He'll go to second. Covering the bag there is Pena. And Bourgeois will wrap into the 4-6 to put it into the inning. 3 in, and the lead is 3. It belongs to Stars 18 as we head to the 7, 8, and 9 spots in the Elite Dreams order in the 4th.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
One pitch and one out in the top of the fourth. Brody Wynn grounding out to short. And there is one away here in the top of the fourth. And a new first baseman is now Merrick Perry. So we started with Nathan Jenkins at first, then got Bryn Ray, and now have Merrick Perry. One out for Kenner Williams. 76-mile-an-hour pitch from Ethan Little, who came in, by the way, for the now first baseman, Merrick Perry. Perry worked an inning in the third, faced 11. 1 strikeout, 5 walks, 2 hits, and 2 runs. And then Little has worked it since 1 out in the second. That is ground towards third and dropped. First error of the game committed by Preston Babineau. And that'll put a runner on in the top of the fourth for Elite Dreams and Micah Colgis. Ryland Bunch moving to the on-deck circle. A reminder, the link stays live all day long. Don't have to go anywhere else. Just leave it right here. And watch baseball until about 9 o'clock tonight. Colgis with a walk in the second. Bottom of the inning, we expect Bryn Ray to start it off. Got a base runner on. Williams at first. Got his lead there. Perry holding him on. Little with a look to the runner. Then the pitch on the outside part of the plate at 75 miles an hour. Don't forget, download that Showcase Series app. It'll get you updated on everything that is happening this weekend. And, of course, baseball here not only includes baseball here, but at Pearl River, Poplarville, and Presbyterian Christian. And this isn't the only Showcase Series baseball this weekend. Got baseball at Alvin Community College and at Louisiana Christian. In with a stolen base is Kenner Williams. And as I mentioned, next weekend we'll be at Nicholls State and Troy University. As that is sent to left field. Colgis with a fly out. And that is Nathan Jenkins, the former first baseman, now playing left. Two gone for Ryland Bunch. Bunch struck out looking in the second. He was the lone Merrick Perry K of the game. Bottom of the order in the bottom of the fourth for Stars 18. Bryn Ray starts it. And if we go with the same hitting rotation as we did in the third or in the second, it'll be A.J. Lavispear and Tucker Johnson, or actually Ethan Little, coming to the plate. But there again, not uncommon to see changes defensively and offensively. And a shot in the direction of Jenkins in left field. He will be able to catch up with it. Got a good jump on it, able to track down the Ryland Bunch shot and deny him an opportunity to drive in Kenner Williams. 4 go up, 3 go down, 1 stranded, 1 error committed, no base hits. We go to the bottom of the 4th in a 5-2 game. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Bottom of the 4th, Bryn Ray starting it all. A.J. Lamaspear moving to the on-deck circle. That is popped high into the air in the direction of center field. And over to make the catch is Connor Chris. So on away, A.J. Lamaspear next. Lamaspear with a couple of walks. Walked in the 1st and 2nd, back to the plate here in the 4th. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate. Unofficially an hour 40 into the game as that one is fouled away. There's a strikeout of Lamaspear. And for Sean Norvell, that is strikeout number 4. That is sent towards right field. Diving, trying to get there by Kenner Williams. Could not. Ethan Little on his way to second. Says, heck, why stop there? Throw to third. He'll be in with a 3-bagger. So Ethan Little at third. 90 feet away from Eric Perry. Perry 1 for 2 in the game. A single and a flyout. Trey Diatande moving to the on-deck circle. Couple of strikes delivered to Perry. Top of the order when you get to the top of the 5th for Elite. A little bit inside with a 78-mile-an-hour offering. 31st pitch of the game for Sean Norvell. Tried down first for Perry, got doinked, and he'll be aboard for Trey Diodande, putting runners at the corners. And if you are Stars 18 and trying to work the clock, you're not that far away from a time limit. 2 or 3 more at-bats. Might not get a 5th inning. Diodande popped out the 2nd in the 1st, was pinch hit for in the 3rd. And now back to the plate here in the 4th. Upstairs with the Norvell offering. A little bit inside. Nearly nibbled the jersey of Diodande. (12:15), Blue Jays 16 and Stars 16. As that one is fouled away by Diodande. Won't have a whole lot of field prep, though. All artificial turf. So we'll have to spend a lot of time dragging the field. Here's the 3-1 offering. Diodande awaits. Gabe Savarese on deck. Norvell's pitch, high and inside, and down to first will go Diodande, loading it up. Full for Gabe Savarese. Savarese with a walk and a drop strike 3 scored after getting aboard in both the 2nd and 3rd innings. Nathan Jenkins to the on-deck circle, high and inside with a pitch from Norvell. Norvell, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, actually 2 walks now in the game, as that one is shot in the direction of left field, and able to get over and make the catch is Ryland Bunch. Savarese with a fly out, 3 are left stranded. And we are heading to the top of the 5th in a 5-2 game. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a Mercy Rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap. One pitch into the top of the 5th, ground to 3rd, picked up there by Babineau, goes over to 1st. And Lionel's out on the 5-3. And it looks like that's no longer Babineau. That's now Zach Johnson over at 3rd. So a nice Zach Johnson play. Connor Chris coming to the plate. I wonder if Connor Chris is any kin to Peter Chris. Does Daniel Ballard know who Peter Chris is? Daniel does not know who Peter Chris is. Okay, do you know Beth? Beth, I hear you calling. Have you heard of the band Kiss? Okay, we've hit something. Peter Chris, the drummer that sang Beth for the band Kiss, was a Chris. Dang, these people are young that hang around me. I thought that was kind of a modern-day rock band. Though they did retire, I think, after like 40 or 50 years recently. Connor Chris with a walk down to 1st. But yeah, for those of you who are not familiar with the band Kiss, their original drummer was Peter Chris, and he sang the song Beth, which was their biggest hit ever. But I don't think he was their drummer when they retired. I think they got somebody new or different. Grayson Hall with a base runner on. Hall with a couple of walks, walked in the 1st and scored a run, walked in the 3rd and stole a base. Carlos Pena to the on-deck circle. There will not be a bottom of the 5th if Elite Dreams scores less than 3. If they score 3 or more, then we will go to the bottom of the 5th. Ethan Little came into the ball game in the 2nd. That is popped up over behind the plate, and it will hop out of the mid. Let's see who that is now playing behind the plate. Is it still Savarese? Looking at the numbers, I think it is. Savarese got there, couldn't hang on. And the at-bat will continue for Grayson Hall. Safely back at 1st is Chris. Carlos Pena on deck. That was the 40th pitch from Ethan Little. That is a high fly ball in the direction of left field on the run, and able to catch up with it is, I believe, A.J. LeSpear now working left. And Grayson Hall with a long fly out for out number 2. Two gone for Carlos Pena. Pena 0 for 2 in the game. Stealing is Chris, and he's caught. That's it for the game. And despite the walk, it's a 1-2-3 top of the 5th. So we are a game into a 5-game day. And this one goes final, a win for Stars 18 by a 5-2 margin. As we take a look at your final numbers, Elite Dreams, a couple of hits. They both came in the first inning. They will strand 6. Their 2 runs came in that first inning as well. They did not commit an error. And for Stars 18, 9 left on. 5 base hits, 1 error committed. Most of the runs in the second, 4 then, and they tacked on 1 in the third and will win it by a 5-2 final. 1 game in the books, a 12:15 start. Roughly 12:15 for your matchup, which is next. Pitting Blue Jays 16 against Stars 16, all right here on JockJive. We'll see you in about 15 to 20 for more baseball on JJ. Hi, everybody. Welcome back in. It is game number 2 of our 5-game slate. Blue Jays 16 and Stars 16. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage on a warm now Friday afternoon here in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Chase Turbine starting it off. Sebastian Legier batting in the 2 spot. Amari Burks is the 3 hitter for the Blue Jays. Jeremiah Scott hitting 4th. Jonathan Alford fifth. Joshua Begnaud is the 6-hitter. And she got a strikeout of Termine to begin the game. And there is one away. Jackson Fitzzuer is the 7-hitter. And forgive me on the mispronunciations. Micah Rimitich batting 8th. Judah Thompson 9th. And Jude Neunenmalker is batting in the 10 spot. Blue Jays have put some, different names into the lineup. Carter Tillman on the hill for Stars 16. Behind the plate, Levi Gregory at first. Gage Fields, second baseman Rylan Easterly. Luis Diaz is at short, and the third baseman is Michael Winters. Max Mendoza in left, center fielder Caden Oliver, and the right fielder is Ian Lavelle. As we get a 12-16 start. In game number 2, a strikeout and a hit batsman, Sebastian Legier. Doington goes down to first. And I think he is going to get a runner. And let's see who that runner might be. It is going to be Chase Termine. Amari Burks to the play. He swats at the first pitch, sends it to center field. Oliver is there. He will reach up and make the catch, and there's 2 away. That'll bring Jeremiah Scott to the plate. Jonathan Alford moving to the on-deck circle. Well, we started the opening game with 85 degrees, and we get game number 2 underway at 89. Tad on the cloudy side, but according to the forecast, no rain until Sunday. We do have some stuff in Arkansas currently that might be headed this way. Well, it wouldn't be totally new to the showcase into UBO baseball. That's how spring training wrapped up. A little bit early because of rain here in Mississippi. Outside with a pitch, down to second with the steal is Termine. And then rainfall that we had after spring training down in Perkinston. I don't know that rain does it justice. I think folks started working on arcs. It rained a ton. Into the stands with a shot from Scott. So hopefully none of that stuff on Sunday. We're hoping no rain. And maybe the rain could hold off until Monday. That would be great. By the way, we do have clearance. Go ahead and tease our viewers. Daniel Bowder, tournament director, will be chatting with us. He'll be on air sometime during the broadcast. Always a fan favorite. Into center field. Oliver with a catch. Scott flies out. 1 runner stranded. Nobody scores. 4 up, 3 down, and 1 left on in the top of the first. is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down. We head to the bottom of the first. Luis Diaz starting things off. Caden Oliver batting second. Carter Tillman third. Gage Fields fourth. 5-hitter for Star 16 is Austin Norman. Max Mendoza in the 6th spot. Levi Gregory hitting 7th. Ian Lavelle 8th. 9-hitter Rylan Easterly. And Michael Winters in that 10th spot. Popped up by Diaz. Behind the bag at first, Jeremiah Scott with the catch. And there is one away. Sky Ramos on the hill for the Blue Jays. Behind the plate is Sebastian Legier at first, Jeremiah Scott. Second, Judah Thompson. The shortstop is Chase Termine. And at third, Amari Burks. In an outfield of Micah Rimitich. In left, Jackson Fitzzuer. In center, and Joshua Begnaud is in right. And there's a 4-3 put out of Caden Oliver. 2 gone with Carter Tillman coming to the plate. Well, I was going to introduce to you Daniel Ballard, tournament director, but Daniel already got a couple of outs here in the bottom of the first. We might not can talk long in the first.
Robert, I tell you what, every time I jump on the broadcast, these outs just keep happening. I might have to just wear these headphones all day to get a quick game. But, no, it's always an honor for you guys to be here for JockJive. Robert Williamson is the best sports guy that I know. Calling baseball games, I always love listening to your broadcast throughout the year and summer, and then in the spring when you come to our tournament.
Well, I appreciate that. Of course, we need to let the viewer know that you just don't know many sports broadcasters, as that is sent into center field by Carter Tillman.
Now, what a beautiful summer. I mean, it's a little warm over here in Mississippi, but from what I'm used to in Florida, but it's a different kind of heat. But what a beautiful facility here at University of Southern Miss. They're, this is probably the second best facility in the Sun Belt behind Coastal Carolina. So this is a beautiful place for these young men to play this weekend. And, this Tuesday night we were watching this game, watching this field on ESPN, and, now we're playing on it.
Down to second goes Tillman with a stolen base. Gage Fields at the plate. And it may be warm down there, but it's perfect in here. You knew where the thermostat was.
Oh, Robert, I'm always going to find the AC.
And I am glad you did. I did not know there was a thermostat per room. So I was just going to endure with the moderately cool temperatures. But you made it pleasantly cool. Gage Fields with an RBI chance at second. Austin Norman moving to the on-deck circle. Well, what brings you to Mississippi, though? Typically, you are in the Alabama-Florida area.
I am a little bit out of my comfort zone this weekend. We didn't have a tournament in Alabama this weekend because Chat Valley Junior College has some renovations to their field that were unexpected, and so we had to cancel that event. So they sent me to Southern Miss. One of their coaches and me have connected over this past couple years being at South Walton, and made it happen. And so they sent me over here this weekend to watch some more of the Mississippi, Louisiana side of United. And there are some of our teams that we see every weekend in this tournament as well. So it's just new baseball to me. So I get to see what the whole United program looks like, and I get to see a lot of teams in the United program. And James Gamble, Nick Singleton, and Jerry Martinez, those guys do a very good job. Very well run organization, and tournament. When you got a tournament with all turf, every field all turf this weekend, Robert, that's a beautiful thing.
And Pearl River, of course, a location. I think it's Poplarville High, another spot, and Presbyterian Christian.
Yeah, that's correct. So, we have four fields running this weekend, which is a big tournament. There's 24 teams in this tournament this weekend, so it's a big tournament. It's our first big tournament of the year. We had a couple tournaments last weekend in Enterprise Eagle Stadium, Coastal South Junior College, and I'm not sure where the west side was last weekend, Spurgler Complex, I believe. But no, big weekend, beautiful weekend. I mean, all these kids are getting to play on a field. It was, Southern Miss had a great season this year, hosted a regional, and we're in the regional final game against Miami on Tuesday night, and Monday night. And I was sitting there watching Monday night going, okay, well, let's watch the game and see if I'm going to Hattiesburg or not, because if Southern Miss would have won, they'd have been playing tonight against Louisville.
So now, if Southern Miss had been playing here, would you have been in Poplarville?
I would have. I'd have been at Pearl River. So I'm kind of glad they didn't win, Robert.
Yeah. It has its pluses, that's for sure.
That's right. It's a beautiful venue here. It's all turf. It's beautiful. It's a great atmosphere. They do a really good job, and they have some really good talented players here at University of Southern Miss, and it gives their coaches a chance to see some talent this weekend.
And as a matter of fact, we do Bayside Academy football and some baseball during the course of the year. And Teague Broadhead, who is a Bayside Academy product, was redshirted this year. Got the stolen base by Tillman, and then Fields will take second. So he's a pitcher tossing about 95-mile-an-hour fastballs, I think, in a collegiate summer league, and he's got 4 years of eligibility left for the Golden Eagles.
No, that's awesome. Bayside has a good program, and there's Southern Miss is a great program if you're an athlete. I mean, Southern Miss is a good program to look into because they're top 20 in the country every year, and their head coach does a really good job here, and their staff is really good, and they've developed some good talent here, and it's a great venue to play at.
A little bit inside with a pitch to Austin Norman. Max Mendoza to the on-deck circle, and I always bring up my Southern Miss ties. There are two of them. Used to do SWAC football, and Jay Hobson was at Alcorn State. He came after Alcorn to Southern Miss for about 5 or 6 years as the football coach here. And then the other tie is the current assistant coach at Southern Miss. Dustin Creel is the son of a couple of classmates of mine, Terry Creel and Denise Rogers.
That's right. Kicking off the summer, second weekend of the summer for United, or third weekend if you include spring training, which was an awesome venue at Mississippi Gulf Coast. I was unfortunate I couldn't make it because we had just got done playing in the state finals at the high school I work at, and so I was not able to make spring training, but I was able to see some things on Twitter and X and Facebook, and you can always follow the Showcase Series and United Baseball Organization on Facebook or X.
Well, they've got everybody headed to the dugout, but it sure looked like Ramos dropped that one over at first, but apparently held on to it long enough to get the out.
That's right.
So we will go to the second. We've talked to Daniel's people. He's going to hang around for a few more innings, and we'll chat with him more too when we get to inning number 2.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat. Top of the second, Jonathan Alford sending that one to short, fielded by Diaz, goes to first, and Alford is out number 1 on the 6-3. Joshua Begnog next. Jackson Fitzzuller moving to the on-deck circle. 1 away, top of the second. Bases got loaded in the bottom of the first, but left loaded. Tillman, Fields, and Mendoza all stay aboard. It is a 71-mile-an-hour pitch that's a little bit outside from Tillman. 1 away, nobody aboard, top of the second, hour 50-minute time limit. We might have gone a tad beyond that with the opening game, but with the artificial turf, quick turnaround, able to get this game underway. I think 60 seconds behind its allotted start time. Pete Taylor Field, Hill Denson Field on the campus of Southern Miss here in Hattiesburg. On the inside part of the plate with the pitch to Becknall. And we are here for the weekend. Not just today and tomorrow. Through Sunday, Begnon given a walk. He will go down to first. And then has got Jackson
Zur coming to the plate. Don't forget to download that Showcase Series app. Got a ball, and down to second will go Begnaud. And he will get into scoring position here in the top part of inning number 2. 72-mile-an-hour pitch, a little bit outside. But if you download that Showcase Series app, then you can keep up with everything that's happening with the series. And not just here, but as Daniel mentioned, got a total of 4 parts, 3 elsewhere, and this one. So a lot to keep up with, but it's all there. So if you haven't already downloaded the app, please do. What a great resource. And not just to keep up with scores, etc., but they give you even traffic information. I remember a couple of years ago doing a showcase at LSU, and there was traffic backlogged on the interstate, and that was information that was available on the app just to keep you updated. Outside to Fitch Zur. Top baseball crowds here. May 12th, 2022, and Ole Miss was here 6,346. Packed this park. Half swing, that was enough to get a full swing strike. And there's 2 gone as Micah Remitich comes to the plate. Into the dirt with a pitch, and off to third will go Begnaud, and Begnaud there safely. Levi Gregory, even Lavelle, and Rylan Easterly when you get to the bottom of the second. Just a little bit high with the pitch to Micah Remitich. Well, it sounds like we have at least one fan in the stands that thinks it's a little too warm. Judah Thompson to the on-deck circle. Top of the second. 69-mile-an-hour pitch. Just a little bit outside, and the count runs 3-1. And it's sent foul into the stands. Well, the place is supposed to hold about 4,300. But there are areas, especially to right field, kind of a natural rise above the fence and right where you could stick a ton of folks. There is a swing and a miss. A runner left stranded 90 feet away as we head to the bottom of the second.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We head to the bottom of the second. Levi Gregory will start at Ian Lavelle and Rylan Easterly, 2 up in the inning, 2. And Sky Ramus has come out of the ball game. Sky Ramus worked an inning. As that one is popped up. And coming off the bump to make the catch, your new pitcher, and let's see if we can figure out who that new pitcher is. I believe that is Noel Dixon. So Dixon with a Gregory flyout. And there's one away. Ian Lavelle to the plate. So Sky Ramos will work an inning, face a total of 6. No strikeouts, couple of walks, gave up a hit, did not allow a run. And got time calls, working the bullpen. Saw baseball wind up on the field of play. So that needed to be taken care of before we resume the at-bat for Lavelle. Rylan Easterly on deck. One away, bottom of the second. Opening game, a 5-2 win for Stars 18 over Elite Dreams. Couple of strikes on Lavelle. Trying to check his swing. Did he? He did not. An appeal down to first, and Ian Lavelle went. Lavelle out number 2. Rylan Easterly to the plate. Well, you be the judge. Did Lavelle swing? Well, the guys that matter say he did, as that one is lifted into right field. A 2-out Rylan Easterly single. Second Star 16 base hit of the game. And it comes with 2 gone with a 10-hitter Michael Winters coming to the plate. Top of the order, moving to the on-deck circle. Blue Jays in the third have 9, 10, and 1 due up. Coach coming out to have a conversation with his pitcher, Noel Dixon, after delivering a pitch into the strike zone. On a warm day, I mentioned that it is 89 here, but when you are down on that artificial turf, it is a heck of a lot warmer. I know the first time I Googled it, yes, I am a professional Googleologist. First time Googling, I was thinking temperatures maybe 10, 15 degrees warmer on an artificial turf. It can be up to 75 degrees hotter. Crazy heat sometimes generated by these artificial turfs. So it behooves to be hydrated anytime you get out and play ball, especially in the summer, but even more so on these artificial turf fields. Easterly back safely at first. If you're wondering about the perimeters of the park, 400 to dead away center field. As off and running as Easterly, he'll be in with a stolen base. And then 340 down the lines. Easterly getting his lead now at second after the stolen base. Winters with an RBI chance. As that has popped up on the infield, Dixon off the bump makes the catch. And the second inning scoreless as well.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on
Ricocheted off Michael Winters at third. And on to begin things in the third is Judah Thompson. Waiting to see how the scorekeeper scores that, and yep, it's an E5. So a runner aboard at first for Jude Neunenmalker. Away with the pitch thrown down to first, and will wind up going into right field. And that's got Thompson to second. And that will be charged as an error. So an error gets Thompson on, an error gets Thompson over. And into scoring position is Thompson with nobody gone in the top of the third. And don't forget, too, I know I mentioned the Showcase Series app. That's one thing we'd love for you to go get. Here's something we'd love for you to sign up for: our YouTube channel. And signing up doesn't require anything more than a click of the mouse. No personal info, no credit card information. Just scroll that cursor over the subscribe button and click. That is it. And this weekend trying to get to 6,700. Wasn't that what we were shooting for? Or was it 68? I forget. I mean, I set the goal and did it in the first, and now can't remember in game number 2. Neunenmalker with a walk. And that'll get the attention of the Star 16 coach. And Carter Tillman paid a visit with a couple of base runners on and nobody gone. One compliments of a defensive miscue, one though a walk. And Thompson and Neunenmalker on for the top of the order. Chase Termine. Termine with a strikeout in the first. We got a 12-16 start, so we are still inside 45 minutes, meaning a little better than an hour to go in that time limit of an hour 50. And 3 games to follow. Sebastian Legier to the on-deck circle as Termine steps in, swats that one foul. On the campus of Southern Miss, where Brett Favre played his football. That is a shot into center field, but there for the catch, Caden Oliver, and out will go Termine. And Thompson and Neunenmalker, Judah and Jude will have to hold. Sebastian Legier coming to the plate. Legier got hit by a pitch and stole a base in the first, left at second. I believe we are directly across the street from a Catholic church, so we are going to hear the top of each hour. And there you hear the chimes indicating 1 o'clock here in Hattiesburg. Amari Burks to the on-deck circle. That is one hop to short. And then thrown away by Diaz, giving Thompson the opportunity to come in and score. So Diaz opting instead of throwing to Easterly to take it himself to the bag and threw it away, rushing it at first. Thompson will come in to score. And Legier is on in first for Amari Burks. And star 16 will commit their third error in the inning. Amari Burks with a fly out to center field. Jeremiah Scott to the on-deck circle. I have not checked to see if there is any Major League Baseball during the day today. There is. Rays with a 3-zip lead over the Marlins in the bottom of the third. Walk given to Amari Burks, and that will move Legier to second. Here's the second Tillman walk in the inning. And a couple of base runners on for Jeremiah Scott. And then you've got plenty of night games in MLB. Next NBA is Sunday night. Game 2 of the NBA Finals. Thunder and Pacers. WNBA, a couple of games tonight. Dreamin' Suns, Sparks, and Wings. And, of course, all kinds of college baseball. As a matter of fact, North Carolina and Arizona playing as we speak in the bottom of the 6th. North Carolina with a 10-2 lead in the Chapel Hill Super Regional. And you got the Super Regionals in Louisville, Miami, and Louisville. Oregon State and Florida State in the Corvallis Super Regional. Into the strike zone to Scott. And tonight, the Auburn Super Regional between the War Eagles and Coastal Carolina. Right out the middle, that'll be a base hit for Scott. Willen bring in Legier. He puts on the brakes at third. And it's loaded for Jonathan Alford. Top of the order in the bottom of the third for stars 16, Diaz, Oliver, and Tillman. High and away with a 75-mile-an-hour pitch from Tillman. Jonathan Alford trying to put a lot of space in between the Blue Jays and the Stars. Tillman trying to end it, send it to the bottom part of the inning. Alford 0 for 1 in the game, ground into a 6-3 in the second. And now Gregory will go out to the bump to have a conversation with Tillman. If Coach came out, Tillman would go. He's already paid a visit to the bump once. One zip Blue Jays lead here in the top of inning number 3. Shot over towards right field, and it's foul. Foul by about a yardstick. Giving it a chase to the line was Lavelle. And actually, that is a new right fielder for Stars 16. Joshua Anguza. Couple of strikes on Alford. Alford ground into a 6-3 to begin the second. Back to the plate in hopes of extending the third. Upstairs with the pitch, and the count goes even. Two balls, two strikes, 2 outs, 3 on. Strike 3, got the outside part of the plate. And out will go Alford, leaving runners at first, second, and third. But a run is in. And it's the Blue Jays that take that 1-run lead into the bottom of the third. Top of the order, bottom of the third. Luis Diaz is doinked, and he'll head down to first. Leadoff hitter aboard in a 1-zip ball game. Well, we are rejoined by Daniel Ballard. Kind of the life and times of a tournament director. You get in the middle of a conversation, and then you got to go take care of some stuff. So what all is part of your tournament director responsibilities?
So basically every weekend I'm in charge of obviously the park I'm at, and then overseeing the other parks going on, and then just making sure that, both teams are, like, with the turf here, making sure both teams know the rules of no spikes, no sunflower seeds, no gum, stuff like that. We have a turf field too, so I get why Southern Miss is that way, and all turf facilities are that way, because sunflower seeds are very hard to pick up, and the gum gets in the turf, you pretty much got to cut it out and redo the turf. And then checking umpires, making sure they're good, checking with both teams, making sure they're good, and then just trying to make the tournament, obviously accommodating JockJive and Southern Miss, and making sure that, we're doing everything that they ask, and then, watching some good baseball.
Well, there were no black jelly beans in my hotel room last night. I thought that was in my contract.
Yeah, you'll have to see if Nick Singleton's back from Tahiti yet, and get with him on that. That's going to be above my pay grade.
Yeah, if the Showcase Series jet has flown into the States.
Yeah, he might still be in Tahiti somewhere.
That's true.
At his little beach house down there.
Yeah, it's nice. I hear. I've never seen, but I hear. Caden Oliver with a base runner on. All right, now, do you also pay a visit to the other parks at some point that are hosting, like Poplarville, High, Pearl River, and Presbyterian Christian?
I will if it's needed. Like if we have a situation going on that, I need to handle from the tournament director side. If a coach or a player's ejected, or, something or problems going on with that site, then I'll head down there. But other than that, we have a site director at every site this weekend. So it gives me the ability to be here. But if, oh, wow,
that is a really unusual. That wound up being a 2-3-4 put out that turned into a run plating.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of baseball, Robert. I don't know if I've seen that one yet.
I don't think I have either. Coming in to field the bunt was Scott, and found himself kind of in no man's land, able to get it over to his second baseman, Thompson. But you still get, do we still call it a squeeze? I guess it's still the squeeze.
Yeah, I guess technically it goes in the book as a squeeze to get the run in. So that's a good executed bunt, and first baseman kind of got caught in between, and catcher made a heads-up play there to get the out.
And I think I've never put three numbers by a sacrifice, but you got a 2-3-4 sacrifice to bring in the run.
Well, the lovely thing is once you come to a baseball game, you're going to see something new every day.
That's right.
Especially in travel ball, summer ball. It's still National High School Federation rules, but it is a little more different, laid back during the summer than it is the regular high school season.
Carter Tillman sends it to Thompson. Thompson able to get it to first, and Tillman out on the 4-3. Nice defensive play by Judah Thompson. And that'll bring Gage Fields to the plate. All right, every year, seemingly, the Showcase Series is looking to add a venue. And Southern Miss, of course, the new venue this year. A couple of years ago, it was LSU, I think Texas A&M. Do you have an insight into a possible new venue in 2026?
Not yet. We are working on it. As the company makes connections with these colleges and stuff like that. We are always looking to add in the Panhandle of Florida, and then also some schools in Alabama, like Chattahoochee Valley would have been a new venue for us this year, but unfortunately couldn't make that happen. So we'll try to do something in the fall up there, I'm sure, or definitely next summer. So that's our goal, is to try to, find junior colleges and stuff like that, because we want to give our players a chance to get in front of people in their recruiting range, is what we call it, within 200 miles of where they're from. I mean, sure, we could send one of our teams to Florida, to Texas A&M or LSU, but more than likely they're not going to get recruited there because, you know, it's 200 miles away from home, not unless they're in that 1%. And if you're in that 1%, it doesn't matter where you play, those guys are going to find you. So we are the other 99%. That's where our goal is to help. And our company's done a fabulous job. Last summer we had 67 guys unsigned come in during the summer, and all 67 had a spot to play college baseball at the end of the year. So that was for the second year in a row, or third year in a row, it was the perfectionists, unsigned seniors coming into summer ball. They found a place to play.
Wow.
And that's our goal here at United.
Austin Norman with a runner at first. Gage Fields, 2 gone, 1 run in. Here in the third, ground to third, scooped up there by Burks, goes to first. Gets Norman on the 5-3, leaves a runner stranded, but that runner in ties us at 1 as we head to the fourth. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. We head to the top of the fourth. Joshua Begnon to start in. Jackson Fitzzuer and Micah Rimitich new up in the inning, facing a new guy on the hill, Max Mendoza. Carter Tillman will wind up working 3 innings, facing 15. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks, 1 hit, 1 run, 1 hit batsman. That is poked over towards third, but right there for the catch. Let's see if that is still Michael Winters. Started at third. If he'll turn the back, I'll get the number, and yep, it is Winters. So you got the Begnog line out to third for out number 1. And Jackson Fitzzuer going to the plate. 0 for 1 in the game, struck out in the second. Just a tad over an hour in, 1 hour and a couple of minutes. Meaning a little less than 50 left in that 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. If you check out the Showcase Series app, then you are aware of what's coming up next. A 2:30 matchup between Mississippi 18 and the Bandits. And a 4:45 matchup between Star Scout 17 and the Pelicans of Gulf Coast 18. And then, of course, your 7 o'clock matchup. Wow, what a nice stop and the throw across the diamond. Not quite in time, but, man, you almost wanted to give Michael Winters the out just based on the great stop down the line. But that'll be scored as a Fitzzuer single. And a base runner on for Micah Rimitich. Your nightcap here has Florida-Bama Scout 19 and Mississippi Scout 16. Tangling at 7. And somewhere around 9 o'clock tonight, we'll call it an evening. And be back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And a little quicker turnaround. And a 10 a.m. start to today, and 9 a.m. start to tomorrow. And Sunday we'll kick off the baseball at 9 as well. In between weekends, of course, next weekend, Troy University and Nicholls State. But in between now and then, we'll be at Troy University on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week for the ALA BCA Showcase. I believe it is the upperclassmen the first week and the underclassmen a couple of weeks later. Outside with a pitch, rolls to the screen. That's got Fitzzuer pulling into second. So the potential tie-breaking run in scoring position with 1 away here in the top of the fourth. You know, I mentioned earlier Brett Favre, who played here. I kept trying to think of that quarterback that is currently in the NFL that played at Southern Miss, and I think it is Nick Mullins. Isn't Nick Mullins still playing in the NFL? And I'm pretty sure he was a Southern Miss product. That is popped up over towards the dugout. Austin Norman is now at first, thinking about making the catch, but he was also thinking about the possibility of running head first into the guardrail around the first base dugout. Swing and a miss. Strikeout of Rimitich. Down to third goes Fitzzuer, and he is safely there with the stolen base. So 2 gone for Judah Thompson. Time-breaking run 90 feet away. Thompson, the benefactor of a couple of errors, reached on an E5, advanced on an E2, and eventually came in and scored the lone Blue Jays run of the game. Yeah, I'm putting my Googleology degree to good use to find out the story on Nick Mullins. He is with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And broke Brett Favre's records here in passing touchdown and yardage. I did not realize he was an Alabama high school football player. Played at Spain Park. Ground over towards second. Easterly Fields goes to first. Thompson out on the 4-3, and Fitzgerald is left on. 4 go up, 3 go down, 1 base hit. Nobody scores, still 1 apiece as we head to the bottom of the 4th and the mid part of the Stars order. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Got a new pitcher on the hill. The new pitcher is Jude Neunenmacher. Noel Dixon will work a couple of innings. First pitch popped up. And coming in from third to make the catch, that is Sebastian Legier. Legier had been behind the plate, now playing third. And Mendoza with a fly out for out number one. And again, very common to have a lot of changes offensively and defensively during the course of a game. Levi Gregory with one away. And a little different from the standard baseball game in that typically in a, I hate to call it normal, but in a regular season or playoff type baseball game, the umpire will indicate to the box when there are changes. But there are so many changes, we don't get an indication from the umpire. So if I miss them, which there's a good chance, forgive me. Popped up left side. And able to reach over and make the catch. Let's see if that's still Scott. It is. Jeremiah Scott. Nice play, considering that you had to contend with the chain link fence, which was coming. So 2 gone for Ian Lavelle. Lavelle struck out in the second. Into the dirt outside from Neunenmacher. Neunenmacher began the day as the EH. Now pitching, Noel Dixon, a couple of innings of work, faced 9, a strikeout. No walks, 2 hits, 1 run allowed, 1 hit batsman. That was a 57-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch to Lavelle. Rylan Easterly to the on-deck circle, and it will put Lavelle on. So a base runner aboard for Rylan Easterly. Easterly with a single and a stolen base. Little inside with a 68-mile-an-hour pitch. And the guy on the hill will be the guy at the plate when we get the top of the 5th underway for the Blue Jays. Jude Neunenmacher, Chase Termine, and Sebastian Legier. The 10, 1, and 2 hitters all due up. Shot towards second, and it will be bobbled by Easterly. But he makes amends, and actually that is Caden Oliver now playing second, but makes amends, able to get Easterly. Check that. That was Alford playing second. Alford will be able to get Lavelle, as Lavelle went around the bag a little too deep. And Alford able to recover after the boot of the Easterly shot. And gets Lavelle out at second to leave a runner stranded at first in a 4-up, 3-down, 1 left on, bottom of the 4th. is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Top of the fifth gets underway. Bottom of the order to the plate, and it's Jude Neunenmacher, followed by Chase Tremaine and Sebastian Legier. Well, it looks like we have a pinch hitter, by the way, for Neunenmacher, the pitcher. And this is Skyler Ramos. So Ramos, who was the starting pitcher and worked an inning, will come in and pitch hit for Neunenmacher, unless, of course, they have simply added him to the bottom of the order, which could be the case as well, but I see Chase Tremaine on deck. You never know. Part of the beauty of these showcases. And you got the strikeout of Ramos. One away, Chase Tremaine to the plate. Tremaine 0 for 2 in the game. He is struck out and popped out. Sebastian Legier to the on-deck circle. Winners, Diaz and Oliver, 10, 1, and 2 when you get to the bottom of the fifth. In a game that is moving along at a fairly decent pace. Got an hour 50 to get the game in, or 7 innings, whichever we prefer, and whichever comes first. A little bit high with a pitch to Tremaine. Got a walk given to Termine. He'll go down to first. Sebastian Legier coming to the plate. And a hitter for Legier. This is going to be Damian Perez. So a pinch hitter for Legier. Perez to the plate. Over to first goes the throw. Safely back Termine. Tie game in one, and yep, the game could end in a tie. Down to first, and if the throw, it's still there. Thought it was a little bit high, but able to bring it in and then lay the tag on Termine was Austin Norman. So Termine picked off at first for out number 2. Good job by Norman. Able to take a high toss, bring it down, and tag out Termine. Trying to get back. And now you got Perez on. Amari Burks coming to the plate. Jeremiah Scott to the on-deck circle. And Perez coming off the base path. Let's see who goes in. Will it be Legier? No, it's going to be Termine. Thought it might be Legier since he had hit in that spot, but Termine instead will run over at first for Perez. Which probably gives us an indication that Perez is your new catcher after Legier left. 59-mile-an-hour pitch on the outside part of the plate to Amari Burks. Running is Termine. He'll get safely to second. Amari Burks now with an RBI chance.
He was supposed to go the other one, and he came back. Big opening over here.
Popped up near second, coming over to make the catch as Diaz from short, and Burks will fly out, leaving Termine on. We have played 4.5, and they're still tied at 1.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
We head to the bottom of the order, bottom of the fifth. Michael Winters starting it off, squares to bunt on an inside pitch and got hit. And will go down to first. So we hit batsman representing the potential go-ahead run for Stars 16. Back to the top of the order, Luis Diaz coming to the plate. Well, he is back. Daniel Bowden, it seems like every time we get started talking, you are carried away onto a tournament director duty.
That's right, Robert. No, it's 24 teams this weekend, which is a very big tournament for us. And, having to make sure everything's running smoothly is our goal. So 24 teams this weekend, and then there'll be 28 at Troy next weekend. So that's even a bigger tournament at Troy University next weekend. So there's just a lot of moving parts throughout day one. Day one's always our busiest day because it's the first day at a park. I'm not familiar with Mississippi, so I have to make some calls to make sure everything's running smoothly, and everything is great so far. As long as these beautiful blue skies stay blue, we're going to be okay. And so everything's running smooth, and glad to jump back on here and chat a little bit more. JockJive, you can – beautiful asset to the Showcase Series. Robert Williamson does an amazing job, and he's the Vin Scully of my baseball era. I was little when Vin Scully was in his prime, and Don Sutton and all those guys. But Robert Williamson is he's the best in my book.
Well, I don't know if Vin Scully would put in the wrong audio device, the audio capturing device, and go a couple of innings with just nothing but silence. But I appreciate that. Before you left, we were talking about the addition of new venues. What about geographically? Because, a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, it was referred to as the Southeast Showcase Series. Kind of dropped the Southeast, which to me is an indication of expanding beyond the Southeast. So are there efforts to go into new geographical areas?
There's always room to do that. We look for areas that we could potentially build teams, and then also, we could run a tournament in, Jacksonville, or we have all kind of connections. The issue is trying to fill the tournament with teams is going to be the only issue there. And then we are starting to branch west. So we're looking to get into that, all the junior colleges in Mississippi, all the junior colleges in Alabama on the south end. Obviously we can't go north of Birmingham because then that's where you run into the issue of trying to get teams because we try to keep our guys within a 200-mile radius of where they play high school ball, and most of our teams are going to be Alabama and Florida on our end on the east side, and then the west side is going to be Louisiana and Mississippi kids. And we do run some tournaments in Texas, and we have some Texas connections out there. So geographically, we are always looking to potentially grow as a company in other, South Georgia, and into that Jacksonville area, and then maybe down into the Gainesville area.
I'm looking forward to the day that you do stuff in Canada in the summer.
Yeah, I would love that as well, because they say it's beautiful weather. Now, at the University of South Walton, where I'm from, it's always 75 and sunny.
Is it? I think I've been there on a day or two that it might not have been.
Yeah, no, I wish it was 75 and sunny everywhere we went, but unfortunately this time of year, I think the summertime is hit. Last weekend I was at Eagle Stadium in Enterprise State, and it was 84 and 86, and I was like, something's not right here.
Yeah.
It's not 120 degrees, and well, here we are in South Mississippi, and I'm sweating bullets over here. I'm just glad I'm in this beautiful press box up here instead of down there on the field. I'll be on that field later on. But no, it's a beautiful, beautiful weekend, man, and that's all you pray for is just great weather. As long as we have great weather, man, our tournaments are going to run smoothly, and that's all we ask for.
We've got a pitching change. Looks like Chase Termine is about to step up onto the bump. Let's take a break, take a look at the numbers of Noonan, Walker, and take a look at Termine when we return.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
New pitcher Chase Termine relieving Jude Neunenmacher. Neunenmacher will face a total of 6, working an inning. Walked 2, hit 1, did not give up a hit, no strikeouts. And hands it over to Chase Termine, the former shortstop. Well, many folks may not know that this is just a single aspect of a multifaceted organization with UBO and with the Global Scouting Bureau and the Showcase Series. The series is just kind of skimming the surface of everything that the organization does.
That's right. No, we are growing in teams. We have a lot more teams this year than we've had in years past, and it's always a good thing. So we're looking to add more teams and always adding to build the rosters. And we're not perfect game. We're our own company, and we pride ourselves in that. And James Gamble and Nick Singleton and Jerry Martinez do a great job of doing that, because we actually get out on the road and see these kids play during their high school season, and we go talk to their head coaches and say, hey, coach, I'm here to, watch your guys play. This is what I do. I'm here to help your players during the summer. Who should I be looking at? And they'll give us some names, and that's important to the kids out there. It's not your job for the high school coach to like you. It's your job to make him like you as a player. Through the wickets.
We'll boot over at first, and that is going to allow a couple of runs to score. Now an overthrow.
In the dugout.
And Oliver will wind up at second.
Yeah, that's the old Bill Buckner play right there.
Of the Boston Red Sox in the World Series back in the 80s, I think.
I wasn't born yet, but I remember seeing it on TV.
You weren't born yet. You know how painful that is.
I was born in 1988.
Oh, my word. I did not realize you were such a young one.
I feel old some days. Let's score another run.
Into center field, and tagging up is Oliver, coming in from third.
No, so if you want to be a part of the Showcase Series and play in our tournaments, the only thing you got to do is go to our website, UnitedBaseballOrganization.com, and or you can download our app, Showcase Series, on Apple or Android, and all our tournament information is on there. And you can register from the app, or you can register from the website. So if you're interested in playing in an event near you, just sign up or shoot us an email. All our emails are on there, and we'd love to have you, your travel teams in our tournaments. And I think you'll have a great experience with us, and that's what we aim to please. Is we try to keep our customers happy and keep coming back, and that's what we try to do every tournament.
And two, I tell folks often to go and download the Showcase Series app. Is there a way to contact through there? Is that information there, or is it on the website?
No, all our contact information is on the website. Just email us. And, on the weekends we're pretty busy with tournaments, but we'll get back to you as soon as we can with emails, and then we'll reach out to you by telephone then. And so we're at Southern Miss this weekend. We were at Eagle Stadium in Enterprise State last weekend, and then we'll be at Troy University next weekend, and then AUM, Auburn University Montgomery, the following weekend, and then we'll be back at Enterprise State at the end of the month, and also the University of West Florida at the end of the month. So busy schedule for all of us, but we make it happen.
And, of course, that's the tournaments that you'll be directing. There are tournaments elsewhere, too. I know we'll be not only at Troy University but Nicholls State now next week. And there's also been a little change in where we will be in July. We were going to be at Nicholls State in July, but since we're there now next weekend, I think we're going to head to Houston in place of that Thibodaux, Louisiana, Nicholls State July weekend. And I'm not sure where else. I think we go to Hammond, Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Orange Beach. I have to look and see. My Google Calendar kind of keeps me in line.
Mine too. Mine too. It's a busy summer for us, trying to get with our schedulers and schedule all these games, and trying to make sure that everybody gets a chance to play. Like this weekend, every team will have a chance to play at the University of Southern Miss, and our schedulers do a great job of many hours of work putting that schedule together. So it's a lot of time and a lot of hands in the cookie jar, but we appreciate all of them.
3 runs played in the bottom of the 5th. Stars 16, taking a 4-1 lead to the 6th.
It's always a pleasure listening to the game as well. I just, hey, I got my popcorn, I got my Coke, and I'm ready to listen to you the rest of the day.
Well, I don't know if the listening aspect will be that enjoyable, but the baseball game will be. And, of course, we got 3 more games to go, so you and I are going to be here for a lot of your Friday and all of your Saturday and big part of your Sunday. So, a lot of baseball here in Hattiesburg.
That's right. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. Daniel Ballard, tournament director for this weekend here. 24 teams participating at 4 venues in the Hattiesburg, Poplarville area. And we, of course, here at Southern Miss bring you live coverage of everything that happens here. I think they do have cameras, by the way, at the other locations, too, so an opportunity not only to see what happens here, but what is happening elsewhere as well. As we head to the top of the 6th, Jeremiah Scott, Jonathan Alford, Joshua Begnaud coming to the plate for Blue Jays 16. As you take a look at what we've got stat-wise, line score-wise through 5. As we head to the top of the 6th. And coming to the plate, Jeremiah Scott, Jonathan Alford on deck. Max Mendoza, who came into the ball game in the 4th, worked 4th and 5th, now beginning his stint on the bump in the 6th. And again, good to have Daniel Ballard with us, tournament director this weekend in Hattiesburg. I think maybe his first tournament directing in Mississippi. Typically in Florida and Alabama. Good to have him in Mississippi this week. Little inside with a pitch to Jeremiah Scott, who is 1 for 2 in the game, and apparently the umpire saying, you got doinked, you got hit. Scott down to first as a hit batsman. If you will download that Showcase Series app, by the way, you'll find out what's next. Got a 2:30 matchup between Mississippi 18 and the Bandits. We are just about an hour 45 in. So I don't know if we go to the bottom part of the inning if the Blue Jays do not at least tie the game up. Starting to creep up on that 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. That is fouled away. Jonathan Alford batted in this spot previously. This is a pinch hitter, Kelly Cooper. Or make that Cooper Kelly. One aboard, nobody gone, top of the 6th. And is foul tipped by Kelly back into the mitt of Gregory, and out goes Kelly. That is the 4th strikeout of the game for Mendoza. And it's got Cameron Guidry coming to the plate. Guidry batting in the spot where Joshua Begnog had been previously. That'll go to the screen. It will get Scott to second. And let's see if we've got a pinch hitter on deck. We do. Well, check that. That is Begnog moving to the on-deck circle, so there may have been some changes or maybe just some insertions into the lineup. That's all stuff that you will see in a Showcase Series game. It's an opportunity to build the player, not about exclusively following whatever rules of baseball are perceived, but an opportunity to insert some talent into the lineup, get a look at some players, give them an opportunity to play. Everybody wants a chance to be out on Pete Taylor Park, Hill Denson Field. So with Begnog on deck, Guidry may just be an insertion into the batting order. From Fontainebleau High School. That is ground foul by Guidry. Ground over towards second. Put out will go 4-3, and let's see who is playing second at the moment. Easterly started there. Is that still Easterly? It is. So Guidry wraps into the 4-3 that gets Scott to third. And now Begnog coming to the plate. Just a little bit outside with the pitch. And it is Rimitich moving to the on-deck circle, so looks like Begnog kind of batting in the spot where Fitzzur had been previously. High inside pitch to Begnog. And again, a little less formal baseball. Stars trying to get back-to-back wins. The organization, of course, it was the 18s that played earlier. It's the 16s playing now. In that opening game, it was a 5-2 Stars 18 win over Elite Dream. And it's launched in the direction of center field, and there the catch made for out number 3, and I think that's your ball game. I'm seeing some high fives, low fives, and guys gathering around the base path at first and third, which would indicate this ball game is in the books. And taking a look at your final numbers before we leave the link live and get ready for game number 3. And there you go, a couple of base hits, one error committed by the Blue Jays. They got their lone run in the 3rd inning and strand 8. For Stars 16, 3 hits, 3 errors, 6 left aboard. And the bulk of the runs come in the 5th. 1 in the 3rd, 3 in the 5th for Stars 16, who, did I mention, left 6 stranded. And there is game number 2 of your 5-game slate. Game 3 coming up at 2:30. We'll keep the link live and get the baseball underway in right at 21 minutes.
Guys, no spikes. I'm running for y'all.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Game number 3 of our 5-game slate. 2 games under our belts. In the opening game, it was a Stars 18 5-2 win over Elite Dreams. As this one is lifted in the direction of center field, deep shot from Maverick LaCase. And he will head towards third, be there standing. Well, he slid in just for good measure, didn't have to. But a triple to begin the first inning for Mississippi 18. And LaCase is 90 feet away from quickly giving the lead to Mississippi 18. Third game of the day, as I mentioned, 5-2 opening win for Stars 18 in the game that just wrapped up. Stars 16, a 4-1 win over Blue Jays 16. And here we are in the third game of the day with 2 to go. And getting things underway, not too far behind schedule. Slated for a 2:30 start. It gets a 2:34 beginning. LaCase led it off. Caden Smith at the plate, the 2-hitter. Braxton Albritton batting third. Zoil Jamar is the 4 guy. Landon Anderson batting 5th. Preston Anderson 6th. Blaine Ash in the 7th spot. Bailey Brogan hitting 9th, and Tristan Alford 10th. I make that 8th for Brogan, 9th for Tristan Alford. Braden Natterville getting the start on the hill. He will strike out Caden Smith. Smith trying to hold up on the swing but couldn't. And there is one away for Braxton Albritton. Zoil Jamar to the on-deck circle. That is shot towards center field. It will drop in as a base hit. Bring in LaCase, and Mississippi leads at 1-0. So Albritton with a RBI single. Zoil Jamar to the plate. Landon Anderson to the on-deck circle. Braden Netterville on the hill. That is shot right back up the middle. And a couple of runners on for Landon Anderson. Behind the plate is Matt Benura. At first, Brennan Deast, the second baseman, Nathaniel Robin. Shortstop is Matt Taylor, and at third, Jace Zorns. Jack Myers in left, Aaron Lewis in center, and the right fielder is Nathan Albardo. A little bit inside with the pitch to Landon Anderson. Well, and actually, they may have swapped this around. This, I think, is Preston, unless they've swapped their jerseys. I'm assuming they are brothers. So it is possible that they, got their jerseys mixed up after Mama washed them. Foul back this direction and out of play. But on the original lineup card, Landon batted ahead of Preston. If the numbers on the roster are correct, Preston is actually ahead of Landon. But we'll be able to do some cross-referencing in the bottom part of the inning and figure it out. Because it is Landon Anderson who will pitch. So that'll tell us for sure who is 31 and who is 32. That'll go to the screen. Albritton goes to third and Jamar to second. So a couple of base runners in scoring position for what we do know, and Anderson. That is ground foul down the third base line. Well, looking at the roster, it does say Preston is an outfielder, infielder, and Landon is a catcher and pitcher. So they must have swapped spots for the brothers. And we'll put Preston hitting and Landon on deck. Down to first goes Preston. Loaded up for Landon Anderson. And you talk about an opportunity for Landon Anderson to help his cause. Even before his cause begins, he will be the pitcher in the bottom part of the first. Here is that scenario with the bases loaded. And that is Eli Jamar, who has come in to run. Hit the first throw, coming back to the plate. And a nice job by first baseman Deast as he gets Albritton out of the plate. And Anderson will wrap into the 3-2. And if you are Netterville, you've got to feel pretty good if you can get the out here. About getting out of the inning with only a run plating, having given up 3 hits, a walk, the bases loaded. But if you can get Blaine Ash, and a shot over towards short, grabbed by Taylor, throws to first and gets Ash on the 6-3. And Netterville, minimal damage despite the 3 hits and the walk. 1-run plates as we head to the bottom of the first.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
We head to the bottom of the first. Matt Taylor will start it off for the Bandits. Braden Netterville is batting second. Brennan Dees third. Kobe Cavfield is the four-hitter. Aaron Lewis in the 5 spot. Jay Zorns batting sixth. And to lead off, Matt Taylor single. Jace Gonzalez, the 7 guy. Nathaniel Robin batting 8th. Riley Scuderi is the 9-hitter. Nathan Albarno batting 10th. And the Bandits apparently using a 14-man hitting order. Jack Myers 11th. Ethan Wade 12th. Brylan Richard 13th. And Matt Banura batting in that 14 spot. Landon Anderson on the hill. I am not sure about the jersey numbers. They do not correspond necessarily with the roster, as Netterville is hit by the pitch. And the lineup card did not have numbers, just names, so use the batting order to try to pick up numbers. So I'm not sure who is on the field defensively, but I do know Coach said Landon Anderson would be pitching. It does look as though Braxton Albritton is behind the plate. Caden Smith at first. Maverick LaCase at second. Preston Anderson over at third, possibly. Not sure about the shortstop. Do not have a number 10. And as that is fouled away, trying to check his swing, did Dees. Apparently fouled it not off the stick only, but also off of catcher Braxton Albritton. And he is going to be given the opportunity to try to shake off the pain, which is a little more intense on a day when it's about 90 plus as compared to on a day when it might be 70 or 75. Brennan Dees with a couple of base runners on. Kobe Cavfield moving to the on-deck circle. A Friday afternoon of baseball. All right, let's check out that weather. Let you know exactly what it's like in Hattiesburg. 85 in game 1. 89 to begin game number 2. How about 91? Begin game number 3. That is supposed to be as warm as it gets, 91. Feels like 93, but down on the turf, 100 plus. That'll go inside, and Deest walks, bases are loaded. Kobe Cavfield coming to the plate with the bases full, nobody gone. Aaron Lewis moving to the on-deck circle. UV index 5 and moderate, air quality 31 and good. Winds out of the west-southwest at 6, gusting to 9. 55% humidity, 22-mile visibility. Sun sets a minute shy of 8. As that one is fouled away by Cavfield. Temperature is 3 degrees above what it typically would be on the 6th of June. That is a base rip down the line into left field by Canfield. In to score is Taylor. Here comes Netterville, and the Bandits claiming the lead in the bottom of the first. So Canfield delivering with a 2 RBI single. Couple of base runners on, and Aaron Lewis coming to the plate. Jay Zorns to the on-deck circle. Moon is at 82% humidity. I'll make that humidity. 82% illumination. And your next full moon is 5 days away. And that not quite full moon is 251,747 miles away. It is getting closer as it gets fuller. Fouled off by Lewis. And I think that's got everything I've got on my iPhone weather app. If you're looking for rain, there is a little shower activity north of here and a little bit south of here down in the New Orleans area. But nothing really extensive until you get maybe to Tuscaloosa. They've got some rather brief and intense showers. The stuff that's supposed to bring rain to us is currently in Missouri and Arkansas, but it does look like it's breaking up a little bit. So maybe Sunday's rain won't be as involved as we thought originally. And the threat of rain has dropped to 45%. Swing and a miss, and out goes Aaron Lewis. Jay Zorns with a swing and miss at the first pitch from Anderson. 74-mile-an-hour toss. Jace Gonzalez to the on-deck circle. Right now, that precip on Sunday is predicted after 7 o'clock. So if we can have the rain hold off till about 7 p.m. Sunday, we might be done. That was a nice play at third by Anderson. It looked like Deist was going to get the steal without the throw, and then Anderson to Anderson landing to Preston. Gets the pick of Deist. Canfield will take second, but he's there with 2 gone. And much like Netterville, Anderson might be able to get out of the inning with minimal damage, considering it looked like a big inning was coming up. After the 2 base hits, the hit batsman, and the walk. Ground to short. And the throw to first will get Zorns on the 6-3. 1 runner is stranded, 2 runners are in. It's a 2-1 ball game as we head to the second. Top of the second gets underway. Bailey Brogan will start it off. Tristan Alford and Maverick LaCase. 2 up in the inning as well. A total of 5 hits in that first inning. And ironically, the more hits belong to the team with fewer runs. Mississippi 3 hits and a run. Bandits 2 hits and 2 runs. A little bit outside with a pitch from Netterville. Netterville giving up 3 hits and a walk, but a single run in that first inning. Back onto the bump in the second. And is fouled off of Brogan. On the campus of the University of Southern Mississippi, home to the Eagles. And the side of the Showcase Series highlight venue. And you got a strikeout on Brogan to begin the second. And that's got Tristan Alford coming to the plate. And there is our church bell from across the street telling us it is 3 o'clock in Hattiesburg. One away, nobody aboard. Maverick LaCase to the on-deck circle. That one fouled away by Alford. Gonzalez, Robin, and Scuderi. When you head to the bottom part of the second for the Bandits. Strike 3, got the inside part of the plate. Back-to-back Ks for Netterville. 3 total in the game. And there's 2 gone for the top of the order. Maverick LaCase. LaCase with that shot to center field that turned into a triple to begin the first. Caden Smith to the on-deck circle. Popped up on the infield, calling for it at short is Matt Taylor. He'll make the catch. And there were 3 hits in the first inning for Mississippi, but only 3 batters in the second as we go to the bottom of the inning with the mid part of the order, 2 up for the Bandits.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Well, those are the Anderson brothers. I was talking about earlier how maybe they swapped jerseys. Well, I think they just realized, hey, you got my shoes. So now they're swapping shoes. And of course, I am assuming that 32 is Landon Anderson. Was told my coach that Landon Anderson would pitch. And of course, the problem that created was on the roster. Landon is listed as 31, not 32. But I think I've just got verification with the swapping of shoes that he and his brother, I'm assuming they are brothers, that he and his brother not only swapped jerseys, they swapped shoes, but now they're back. And Landon's going, yeah, that feels a lot better. Steps up onto the bump to face Chase Gonzalez to begin the bottom of the second. Nathaniel Robin and Riley Scuderi due up in the inning as well. Got one Major League Baseball day game, as that one is sent into center field. And on is Chase Gonzalez with a leadoff single. And in that lone Major League Baseball game, it's a final. Rays have beat the Marlins 4-3. I wonder how many folks were there. I don't know if you saw that shot from a Marlins Colorado game earlier in the week. In a stadium that seats 37,000, there were like 5,000 people there. Of course, this one played at Tampa, so probably had a larger crowd at Tampa. Let's see what they had. I think it tells somewhere here, 8,000. Still not a good Major League crowd. Nathaniel Robin with a base runner at first. Your next MLB game, Phillies and Pirates at 5:40. No NBA until Sunday, as that is sent to left field and will drop in as a base hit for Nathaniel Robin. So a couple of base runners on for Riley Scuderi. Nathaniel Arbano moving to the on-deck circle. And your WNBA tonight, Dream and Sun, Sparks and Wings. It's still about 3 hours away. On the outside part of the plate with a 74-mile-an-hour pitch to Riley Scuderi. College baseball, North Carolina bombed Arizona 18-2 in that Chapel Hill Super Regional. As that one is floated in the direction of right field, coming over and making the catch. Let's see who that is, if he'll turn his back long enough for me to pick up numbers on the jersey. But he's kind of looking to the sidelines at the moment. I believe that is Alford, Tristan Alford. And Scuderi flies out for out number one. Popped up by Albarno. And at first, the catch made by Caden Smith. Two gone for Jack Myers. Louisville leading Miami, the team that knocked Southern Miss out of an opportunity for the Super Regionals. Louisville with a 2-zip lead over Miami in the bottom of the second. And still to come, Oregon State and Florida State, Auburn and Coastal Carolina. Ethan Wade on deck. Outside with a pitch to Jack Myers. Top of the third, Mississippi will send Caden Smith, Braxton Albritton, and Zoil Jamar to the plate. Myers with a swing and miss. Count goes even, 2 each. Couple of balls, couple of strikes, 2 gone and 2 on. This is where you got your deuces wild. Into the dirt with a pitch. That will move runners up. Gonzalez to third. Robin goes to second. Hill Denson Field at Pete Taylor Park seats 4,300, but they have had 6,300 here for a game. Ole Miss came here in 2022. That is floated to short, catch made, inning over, 2 stranded, nobody scores. And through 2, it's a 2-1 Bandit lead.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always one pitch into the top of the third, fielded in short by Taylor, goes over to first, and we'll get Caden Smith on the 6-3 putout. Braxton Albritton coming to the plate. Zoil Jamar in the on-deck circle. And don't forget, subscribe to our YouTube channel, trying to get to 6,700 subscribers, which means we only need 23 more. So if you haven't subscribed, please do. Popped up by Albritton. Into center field, Aaron Lewis is there for the catch. And there's 2 gone and 6 in a row now, set down by Netterville. Zoil Jamar next. That is fouled away by Jamar. Jamar had a single in the first. 1 for 1 in the game. Bottom part of the order, when you get to the bottom of the third, the 12, 13, and 14 hitters for the Bandits. Ethan Wayne, Brylan Richard, and Matt Benura. High pitch to Jamar. Netterville has certainly settled in after giving up those 3 hits and extending a walk in the first inning. Retiring the side in order in the second. It has been a 2-up, 2-down third inning, and Netterville trying to make it a 3-up, 3-down. Want to send it out of Hill Denson Field and try 400 feet to dead-away center field in 340 down the lines. Here is the 39th pitch by Netterville, and he'll give up a single into center field. That is the 4th Mississippi hit of the game. And Jamar 2 for 2 in the game. A little bit of a breeze blowing out in center field. See the pitcher to hitter look doing a little bit of a bob and weave. Landon Anderson next. Anderson with a walk, got stranded at second in the first. Tying run in first here in the top of the third. Landon Anderson followed by Preston Anderson here in the top of the third. Here's the 3-0 Netterville pitch, fouled away. Three-one offering. Netterville's pitch, that will be a base rip into left field. So back-to-back singles. Couple of base runners on as Preston Anderson makes his way to the plate. Anderson wrapped into a 3-2 put out. Sends that one right out in front of the plate. Out from behind the plate goes Benura to get it. Goes to first, gets Anderson on the 2-3. So Anderson's hit into the 3-2 and the 2-3 in innings 1 and 3. 2 stranded, 2 hits. We go to the bottom of the third, Bandits by 1.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
And a new pitcher on the hill from Mississippi. I think that is Turner Pugh. At least 28 on the roster for Mississippi. 18 is one Turner Pugh. Landon Anderson will work a couple of innings, face 11, 1 strikeout, 1 walk, 4 hits, 2 runs, and 1 hit batsman. Ethan Wade at the plate here in the bottom of the third. A little bit inside with the Pugh pitch. Swing and a miss. Ethan Wade will go down a strikeout victim, and Pugh will begin his tenure on the bump with a K. Hitter Brylan Richard, Matt Panuro to follow. Well, I'm trying to put my Googleology degree to good use and find out why the 44 is painted on the field here. I should have known Daniel Ballard would have the information. Corky Miller is who it honors here at Southern Miss. Richard awaiting the pitch, and is swung on, it is missed, and Richard will go down 2 away. And Pugh has come in and fanned both he is faced with Matt Venero next. Top of the order coming to the plate next. Matt Taylor is on deck. And of course the Bandits hope that next is here in the third. May not be though. 5-3 has got Matt Venero. And it is a 3-up, 3 down. Bottom of the third, we go to the fourth. Bottom third of the order due up for Mississippi.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
One pitch into the top of the fourth, and Blaine Ash grounding out to third. And a pretty nice play on both ends of that 5-3. Kobe Cavill over to Jack Myers. So one away, Bailey Brogan next. Tristan Alford moving to the on-deck circle. Got a new pitcher. The new pitcher is Jace Gonzalez. Braden Netterfield will work 3 innings, face 15. 3 strikeouts, a walk, 5 hits, and a run allowed. And hands it over to Jace Gonzalez. A little bit outside with the pitch. Brogan struck out in the second. Struck out swinging. Tristan Alford on deck. Low and away with the pitch to Bailey Brogan. Mississippi's lone run came in the first, and the Bandits' lone 2 runs came in the first. As that one is fouled back this way. 24 teams participating in the tournament, and I think just about everybody going to get an opportunity to play on this field. Got a total of 14 games that would be played here, so you've got the ability to allow 28 teams, and I think there's 24 in the tournament. A little bit high with the pitch, and Brogan given a walk down to first. So Gonzalez will issue his first walk. Netterville walked one as well. And is fouled away by Alford. Top of the order, Maverick McKay's moving to the on-deck circle. Well, you heard that one roll down the stands, kind of like a slinky. In the top of the stands, and then just found its way down to the bottom. Of course, I found out in the game prior that Daniel was born in 1988, so he may not even know what a slinky is. I don't know if that's old. That's some really old toys that we used to play with. I don't even know if they make slinkies now. I guess they do. Do you know what a slinky is? Okay. He does know. Did you say yo-go stick? Oh, yo-yo. Okay. You know, I never thought about the yogi stick in a long time, though. That probably is beyond your lifetime. I think it was called the yogi stick. Tristan Alford with a base runner over at first, one away here in the top of the fourth. Safely back is Brogan. I found out the other day, by the way, Monday, speaking of yo-yos and yogi sticks and slinkies, that there are professional kite flyers. I didn't know that. Little two-handed kites. You know, you guide them, you do tricks, flips. Man, I'm learning stuff all the time. Ground over to second, got the 4, 6, and 3. Double play, taking care of the walk of Brogan and turning it into a 3 up, 3 down, top of the fourth.
Drives that in direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
Bottom of the fourth gets underway. Top of the order to the plate, Matt Taylor. Matt Taylor, the leadoff hitter who had a plate appearance about an hour ago, getting his second at bat. That'll happen when you got 14 hitters in the lineup. Here about an hour into the game, facing a new pitcher, Caden Smith. After an inning of work from Turner Pugh. And in that one inning of work for Pugh, it was a 3-up, 3-down inning. With a couple of strikeouts, no walks, no hits, and no runs. Matt Taylor with a leadoff single in the first inning. Braden Netterville and Brennan Deast coming to the plate as well. There is a leadoff base hit again for Matt Taylor. This one is going to be extra bases. On his way to second, will get to third easily. And 90 feet away from patting the lead of the Bandits. So Matt Taylor 2 for 2 in the game with a single and a triple. And now 90 feet away from plating the third run of the game for the Bandits. Braden Netterville to the plate. Netterville hit by a pitch, came in and scored a run in that first inning. We have not had a run score in this game other than in that first inning. But that could change here in the fourth. Anderson the start. Pugh came in. Now Smith on the bump from Mississippi. 81-mile-an-hour pitch on the outside part of the plate to Netterville. A little bit high with the pitch. Top of the order to the plate when you get to the fifth inning for Mississippi. This is one of those games that has a chance to go the full 7. We are an hour into the game, a little less than 50 minutes left, and in the bottom of the fourth. Opening 2 games, the 1 hour 50-minute time limit got us. Opening game went 4.5, and game 2 went 5.5. Upstairs with a pitch to Netterville. Next week on JockJive, ALA BCA Showcase, the upperclassmen on Tuesday and Wednesday. That is a foul ball towards right. Almost, but not quite. I set for Netterville, but I think that is Deast. We may have hopped over the Netterville spot of the order. That is Brennan Deast. So Deast with a walk got caught stealing third in the first. And then, of course, next week also got showcases at Troy University. And now Nicholls State was to have been West Alabama, but we have moved to Louisiana. So instead of barbecue, gonna have some boudin. Outside with the pitch to Deast, he'll be given a walk down to first. Could be Canfield next. Canfield with a single and a couple of RBIs on that base hit. Drove in Taylor and Netterville. Aaron Lewis is on deck. Inside with the pitch, no throw with the runner at third. Anderson not willing to take a chance, holds on to the baseball. Deast with a stolen base. Handcuffed Canfield trying to hold up on the swing before committing. There is a swing and a miss by Canfield. And the count will go even at 2. Two offering, got the outside part of the plate with a 79-mile-an-hour pitch. So one away with a strikeout of Canfield. Aaron Lewis coming to the plate. Jay Zorns to the on-deck circle. Did something a little unusual last weekend. Produced a NPSFL football game. I did not know that until then that New York City, Chicago, San Diego, some of the bigger cities have got football leagues comprised of firemen and policemen who once played collegiately or maybe some NFL on a small scale. And they've got a spring league and a championship series. And as a matter of fact, Chicago and New York are in the championship game on the 21st in New York City. For those of you interested in some football beyond the NFL, that has popped up to the right side. And Aaron Lewis goes down, and so does Jay Zorns. We head to the 5th. Still a 2-1 ball game. is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged out. Top of the order in the top of the 5th. Maverick LeCase starting it off. Caden Smith and Braxton Abritton due up in the inning 2. That is shot over in the direction of left field, and that is going to sail over the head of your left fielder. I believe that is Nathan Albarno now in left. And turn into a 3-bagger for LeCase, his 2nd triple of the game. And Albarno may have just misjudged that, broke in a little bit at the crack of the bat versus heading out. And LeCase winds up at 3rd. High with the pitch to Caden Smith. Sent foul over in the direction of right. Chase Gonzalez came into the game in the 3rd, worked the 4th, now the 5th. Gives up the triple to LeCase. And there will be that tying run coming in from 3rd on the Caden Smith single. 7th hit of the game for Mississippi. And Caden Smith will be replaced by Eli Jamar. At first, Smith now pitching for Mississippi. Gets a courtesy runner. Abritton sending that towards center field, and it will sail over the head of Aaron Lewis. Lewis came into field, and it goes over the head. Smith, his replacement Jamar, rounding 3rd, coming in to score. Abritton driving in the Mississippi go-ahead run. That is the 4th triple of the game. 3 from Mississippi. And you consider between the two teams, there's been a total of 13 hits. 4 of the 13 have been triples. High fly ball to left field, and it'll be caught. Tagging and coming in is Abritton. And Zoil Jamar with a sacrifice RBI. One out for Landon Anderson. Preston Anderson moving to the on-deck circle. And Mississippi, who had not played in a run since the first inning, making up for lost time. 3 runs in. McKay Smith and Albritton. And just a single out here in the top of the 5th. .78-mile-an-hour pitch into the zone to Anderson, who has walked and singled. Dropped into center field, and then it will ricochet off of the mitt of Aaron Lewis, and Anderson says, I can get another bag, and does. So a single and an E8 as a runner at second for Preston Anderson. And Eli Jamar now coming into the game and running for Landon Anderson. Anderson the catcher. So pitcher and catcher get a courtesy. And I can definitely, on a hot day like today, on an artificial turf, understand giving a catcher a courtesy runner. Pitcher too, but you know, they're exerting on every throw. I get that. Not taking away from the fact that they deserve one as well. But definitely a catcher. Preston Anderson has hit into a 3-2 and a 2-3. Blaine Ash to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with the pitch to Anderson. We are a little bit beyond midway through this game, which means we are atop the hill and headed to the bottom as far as the day is concerned. Reached the midpoint. Popped up on the infield. And over at first. Catch made by Camfield for out number 2. Blaine Ash with a couple of ground outs, 1 to short, 1 to third, 0 for 2 in the game. And actually, this is Turner Pugh, batting in the spot where Ash was previously. Turner Pugh came in and pitched an inning in phase 3 and gets his first at-bat here. Count even at 1. Pugh is the 7th to come to the plate in the inning. Lifted into the stands, foul. Well, it has been very nice up here in the press box. We understand that in the summer months there's an automatic cutoff at 4 o'clock of the AC. So I'm enjoying the remaining few moments of AC. If we didn't need the wireless unit to center field, I'd shut the window. Keep it inside, keep it cool here as long as possible, but we're committed to bringing the coverage as Pugh is popped. Hit by the pitch, goes down to first. And that'll bring Bailey Brogan to the plate. Brogan has struck out and walked. Mid part of the order coming to the plate when we get to the bottom of the fifth for the Bandits. Well, I was thinking this game might be the one that makes it to the seventh. I'm not so sure now. Still in the top of the fifth. And it got a 2:33 start, so that means we are an hour 20 in. Don't know if we can get 2.5 more innings in 30 minutes. Swing and a miss by Brogan. Tristan Alford is on deck. Two more games to go. And then your, I don't know what you would call it. Is it a quintet is 5, right? Is there a quin triple header? Looks like I'll have to do a little more Google research. Walk given to Brogan and the bases are loaded. Tristan Alford coming to the plate, but first coming to the mound is coach. Check on his pitcher. And apparently that's going to be it for Jace Gonzalez. A new guy coming in, and that new guy is Ethan Wade with the bases loaded.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the fifth with the bases loaded. Tristan Alford, the bottom of the order to the plate, 2 gone. New pitcher is Ethan Wade. Jace Gonzalez works an inning and 2/3. Faces 11, no strikeouts, 2 walks, 4 hits. Has given up 3 runs thus far, but is responsible for the 3 on. And Ethan Wade will try to shut down Mississippi. Tristan Alford will try to add more to the lead. We are in the top of the fifth. That is popped up, foul territory. And there for the catch is Kobe Cavfield. That'll put it into the inning, leave 3 on, but 3 come in. And there is a new name atop the leaderboard.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat. We get the bottom of the fifth underway. 3 runs played in the top part of the inning, and Mississippi will reclaim the lead, have the lead after the top of the first, and they will reclaim that advantage here after the top of the fifth. Jace Zorns, Jace Gonzalez, Nathaniel Robin due up in the inning, all facing Caden Smith. Zorn's ground into a 6-3. That happened way back in the first inning. He'll be given a walk to begin the fifth. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Jace Gonzalez after the Jace Zorn's walk. Gonzalez with a single in the second. That'll be shot over into right field, a base hit. A walk and a hit, couple of base runners on, tying run now on for the Bandits with Nathaniel Robin to the plate. If you go back to the first inning, Mississippi planting a run, taking the lead in the top part of the inning. Bandits responded in the bottom part.
Nothing in the top of the second, so nothing in the bottom of the second. Same for the third and fourth. But we go to the fifth, and Mississippi plates 3 in the top part. And let's see if the Bandits do indeed respond in the home half of the inning. Nathaniel Robin with a single in the second. Riley Scudera moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with a 78-mile-an-hour offering from Caden Smith. Smith getting his second inning of work in, came into the ball game in the fourth, gave up a triple in the fourth. Also handed out a walk, but did not give up any runs, and now he has walked Robin to load it up. Base is full, nobody gone. Riley Scudera flew out to right field in the second, has the bases full. And he spins away from the pitch, nearly got him. Infield in, hoping to gun down the runner coming to the plate. Low and away with a pitch, 3-0. That is on the outside part of the plate. And according to the official, a 2-strike count. There's a swing, there is a miss, and out and will go Scuderi. Well, we talk about it often. When the bases are loaded and nobody gone, odds are you get a run in. But the odds can be beaten, and that's what Mississippi is trying to do here. That is floated over towards right field, but foul and out of play. Nathan Alvaro with the bases loaded, 1 away. Jack Myers to the on-deck circle. If you are trying to beat those odds in your Mississippi, here's that key at bat. The hitter that represents out number 2. Inside with a 79-mile-an-hour pitch. A little bit inside, 2-1. That is dropped into center field. That'll be a base hit. And a run is in. Albarno delivering. It's a 1-run game. And it is still loaded for Jack Myers. Myers lined out the short in the second. 0 for 1 in the game. Coming up next, Stars Scouts 17 and the Gulf Coast Pelicans 18. And we will end the day with Florida Bama Scout 19 and Mississippi Scout 16. Into the dirt. Here comes Gonzalez from third. He will score, and the game is tied. Robin to third, and Albarno takes second. And Caden Smith has come out off the bump without a meeting from coach. He just says, hey, I'll get to the dugout. Well, is he coming out of the game? He is swapping shoes. Maybe he is not coming out. And it looks like at the moment he's swapping cleats with Tristan Alford. So thus, the reason for no visit from the coach. Just a wardrobe change. So Jack Myers to the plate, couple of base runners on, new shoes on Caden Smith. In a 4-4 ball game. Starting to creep up on that time limit too. On the inside part of the plate, couple of strikes on Myers. Ethan Wade to the on-deck circle. That's twice in this game that Mississippi has had their pitcher change cleats. And of course, on this artificial turf, you do not have metal cleats. On the inside part of the plate, and Myers strikes out looking. And Caden Smith, like, coach, see, told you, just needed new shoes. Ethan Wade taking a pitch a little bit high. Unofficially, we are at an hour 40. That is fouled out of play. I don't know if there's any discretionary time use for the officials. I mean, we're talking an hour 40 in, 10 minutes left in your time limit. And in a tie ball game, if you go to the sixth, the top half, you got to go to a bottom half. Ethan Wade 0 for 1 in the game. He struck out in the third. Brylan Richard on deck. That is swatting towards third, but foul. Well, I wrote down our start time as 2:33, which means at this moment we are an hour 40 in. But that's an unofficial time. Walk given away. Loaded again for Brylan Richard. Richard struck out in the third. Bases loaded, 4 apiece. Bandits in Mississippi. Latter moments of the ball game. little bit high with the pitch to Richard. That is popped up in the direction of center. Back onto the grass is your second baseman to make the catch, and Richard flies out, leaving 3 on. And we're going to the 6th in a 4-4 game.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the order in the top of the 6th. It is Maverick LeCays who will start it off. 2 for 3 in the game, and the 2 have been triples. Tripled in the 1st and in the 5th. Ethan Wade, who faced 1 in the 5th. Tristan Alford got him to pop out first. On the hill in the 6th. 6th inning will be it, by the way. We are definitely creeping up on the 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. As a matter of fact, I think we're going to pass it. Maybe before the end of the top of the 6th. Of course, it is not a drop-dead 150. It is a no new inning 150. So now that we have started the 6th, we'll play all of the 6th. And a walk to lead it off to LeCays. Caden Smith to the plate. And that will be a pass ball that brings LeCays into scoring position. Caden Smith 1 for 3 in the game, has struck out and ground out and singled. The single drove in a run, and then his courtesy runner, Eli Jamar, came in and scored. High pitch from Wade. Too far inside, it will get away and roll to the screen, and off to third goes LeCase. Caden Smith, the first out in the first inning, first out in the third. Would prefer not to be the first out in the sixth. Takes a strike on the outside part of the plate at 76 miles an hour from Ethan Wade. And back-to-back walks have a couple of runners on. Nathan Robin coming into the game to play second, and that typically is an indication that the fielder is about to become a pitcher. And Scuderi is probably headed to the pin. And yep, that's the direction he will go after back-to-back walks from Wade. Popped up to the right side. Tagging from third, LeCase. And now Britton will drive in the run on the sacrifice. One out for Zoil Jamar. That'll go to the screen, and we'll get Smith the second. Jamar's been perfect. A couple of base hits, a sacrifice fly to left field, 2 for 2 with an RBI. High inside pitch. Landon Anderson to the on-deck circle. Into the dirt with the pitch, and off to third will go Smith. (15, 1, and 2). Those are the hitters that will come to the plate in the bottom of the sixth for the Bandits. On the inside part of the plate with the pitch. Next game slated for a 4:45 start. Don't think that will happen. There's a high pitch and a walk given to Jamar. And that's got Coach coming out, and he's already called for his reliever in the pen, which we believe to be Riley Scuderi. We'll find out when we return to Hattiesburg.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
One pitch into the Riley Scudera tenure on the bump, and he will toss it into the dirt, getting Caden Smith in from third. Moving Jamar to second. And turning it into a 6-4 game, Landon Anderson at the plate. Preston Anderson to the on-deck circle. And time asked for just before Scuderi was about to deliver. Ethan Wade worked 2/3 of an inning, faced 5. No strikeouts, 3 walks, no hits. Allows at least 2. And then hands it over to Riley Scuderi. Anderson with a walk and a couple of singles. Stolen base to third by Jamar. Got a huge jump off Scuderi. And now 90 feet away from becoming the 3rd run of the inning and the 7th of the game. That is lifted in the direction of right field, and that is going to sail all the way to the warning track. One hops against the wall, in from third, Jamar. And on his way to second is Anderson with his 3rd hit of the game. Into the dirt with a pitch that will get Anderson's runner, which is not Jamar. Eli Jamar had been the courtesy runner, but instead it'll be Maverick LaCase. Jamar had been the runner for most. Maybe Jamar is in the hitting lineup. Or maybe it's just too warm to get out there again. He has been out there often. Into the strike zone with a pitch to Preston Anderson. Every one of the Anderson outs has involved a 3. Ground into a 3-2, into a 2-3, and flew out to position 3. A little bit outside with a pitch and the walk given to Anderson. That has got Turner Pugh coming to the plate. Still just a single out in the inning. That is lifted towards right field. It will drop inside the chalk. Tanner Pugh delivering with a double that's got a runner in and a couple of runners on. Anderson will score, and Anderson is on. Of course, Anderson had the runner in LaCase. So LaCase will technically come in and score the run. And Pugh will deliver with a double. That turns it into an 8-4 game. And again, we will have a bottom part of the inning because we had a top part. Bailey Brogan to the plate. There's a base hit into left field from Brogan. Anderson in to score. And Tristan Alford coming to the plate. Top of the order. Back to the on-deck circle, Maverick LaCase. Found away by Alford, who is 0 for 3 in the game. He is struck out, ground into a double play, and popped out. 0 for 3. And is popped back this direction into the stands. Brogan with the trot down to second, both now in scoring position, he and Pugh. Alford struck out in the second, ground into the 4-6-3 in the fourth, and then popped out to first in the fifth. Back to the plate in the sixth. 5 runs have plated. And the strike is delivered to Alford. And he will strike out as we go back to the top of the order. Maverick LeCays, 2 triples and a walk to go along with the fly out to short. Caden Smith to the on-deck circle. Mississippi hitting around here in the top of the sixth. Well, that 4:45 game going to start noticeably late. Now, you don't have near the turnaround because of the artificial turf versus the natural. It's still going to be a sizable gap between when the game was slated to begin and when it actually does. Maverick LeCays with 2 of the 4 triples in the game. And he'll drop that one into right field. In to score Pugh and in to score Brogan. So on LeCays 2 RBI single. And Caden Smith makes his way to the plate. Ground to short, out goes Smith, and we put an end to the inning. But not before 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runs played. And we go to the bottom of the sixth with the Bandits needing 7 to tie, 8 to win. Ton of great stuff coming up this summer. You saw just a handful of the stuff that we will be adding. Some of the stuff, not all of, as it is one hop to second, and Matt Benura grounding into the 4-3 to begin the bottom of the sixth. Top of the order, Matt Taylor to the plate. Well, we've gone beyond our 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Noticeably behind. We're creeping up on a 2-hour ball game. So the bottom of the 6th will be it. And you're looking at approximately, as that has dropped into center field. And Matt Taylor will turn it into 2. Aggressive running for Matt Taylor. And at second, boy, Daniel Bowden is already at work. He's got me looks like a starting lineup. Yep, for one of the teams coming up. The Pelicans. Thank you very much, Daniel. And that, too, probably is an indication that we're going to have a really quick turnaround. The fact that Daniel's working on lineups for the next game. So we're not going to spend a lot of time in between contests in an effort to get back on schedule. Braden Netterville hit by a pitch in the first, and we missed his at-bat in the fourth. But I think it was counted as an out. A little bit outside with the pitch. Brennan Deist moving to the on-deck circle. .79-mile-an-hour pitch that Netterville swung on, and the count runs 3-1. And it is full. Eleven hitters go to the plate in the top of the 6th for Mississippi, and they turn a game that is tied at 4 into a 7-run contest. Low and away, and a walk given to Netterville while Taylor steals. There's a couple of base runners aboard. They're on the corners. And Brennan Deist to the plate. He has walked twice. Running is Netterville. He is in with a stolen base. And the Bandits here with one away in the bottom of the 6th, down by 7, just pulling out all the stops. Saying, what the heck, let's get aggressive. High pitch to Deist. Kobe Catfield to the on-deck circle. Into the dirt with the offering. It's been about 5 or 6 years ago. It wasn't baseball, it was softball, but I did a junior college softball game in which one team scored 16 runs with 2 outs. Anything can happen as the walk is issued to Deist. Kobe Catfield next. Catfield 1 for 2 with a couple of RBIs. Singled in the first, drove in Taylor and Netterville. Aaron Lewis to the on-deck circle. Even counted one on Cav Field. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. That is floated foul over towards the bullpen on the Mississippi side. Just a little bit outside with a pitch. And the count will even up at 2. It has been about a 30-minute 6th inning. That'll be fouled away by Cav Field. It all starts again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., a little earlier start. That is shot towards right field, and there the catch will be made. Tagging from third, Taylor, he'll score. But right now you've got a Mississippi team that is more than content to swap runs for outs. Netterville tags, goes to third, Taylor scores. Aaron Lewis sending that one foul. Lewis has struck out and popped out 0 for 2 in the game. Jace Zorns to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside to Lewis. Lewis representing the 15th at-bat in the 6th inning. High pitch to Lewis. .78-mile-an-hour pitch. A little bit outside, tripped down to second for Deese without a throw, stolen base, and now walked. So scratch the stolen base, it'll be a walk to Lewis. And the bases are loaded for Jay Zorns. Jace Gonzalez to the on-deck circle. Zorns is ground out to short and walked. Ground out to short to end the first, walk to begin the 5th. Back to the plate here in the 6th. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. That is popped up on the infield, should end the ball game. And it will. Pugh with the catch at first. And that'll do it for this one, which ends after 6 and after about 2 hours and 20 minutes. And taking a look at your final numbers. 8 hits, 1 error committed. Bandits will leave a total of 11 on. And there are 5 runs broken up this way, 2 in the first, 2 in the 5th, and a run in the 6th. For Mississippi, 18. 13 hits, no errors committed, stranding 6. Make that stranding 9. A run in the first, 3 runs in the 5th, and then had that huge 7-run 6th. And we are done with this one. 2 more to go. And coming up, it's the Pelicans, and it is the Stars. And I would assume that is roughly a 5:15 start. So we will see you then. Don't forget, link stays live, cameras stay on. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Download the Showcase Series app. And we'll see you right about 5:15 for game number 4. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It is the fourth game of the day. Connor Welch starting things off for Star Scout 17, taking on the Gulf Coast Pelicans. In the event you missed the opening three games, it was the Stars 18 5-2 win over Elite Dreams, a Stars 16 4-1 win over the Blue Jays 16, and the game that just wrapped up, Mississippi 18, an 11-5 win over the Bandits. And here we go with the fourth of 5 games on your Friday. Star Scout 17 sending Connor Welch to the plate first. Cole Schmidt, the two-hitter. Julian Alvarado is the 3 guy. Mason Olivier batting 4th. Evan Dozat is the 5-hitter. Gavin Shawn batting 6th. Eli Lonrique is the 7-hitter. Joe Udo is batting 8th. Trey Huck is in the 9 spot, and Mason LeBlanc batting 10th. Evan Spence getting the start on the hill for the Gulf Coast Pelicans, as that is wrapped third and will hop underneath the mitt of Chris Hardaway, and on is Welch. And I'm thinking that will be scored as an E5, but waiting for official confirmation from our official scorekeeper. Cole Schmidt coming to the plate. Julian Alvarado into the on-deck circle. Strike delivered to Schmidt. Evan Spence on the hill for the Pelicans. Behind the plate, Judson Marcantel. Austin Davis at first. Second baseman, Jaden Quatez. Gage Davis at short, and the third baseman, Chris Hardaway. Sean Smooney in left field. Center fielder Shelton Darnell and Thomas Payton in right. Foul tipped by Schmidt. Over to first with the throw, and safely back goes Welch. Julian Alvarado moving to the on-deck circle, about 30 minutes behind, compliments primarily of the 6th inning of the game that preceded. That 6th inning featured a total of 16 hitters and took about 35 minutes to complete between the Bandits and Mississippi 18. Otherwise, we are right on schedule. And there is a 1 hour, 50-minute time limit, but it's not a drop-dead 150. It is a no new inning 150. So with about a minute, make that an hour, roughly 41-ish. Good pitch to run on. Welch does, and he's at second. But about an hour, 40-ish or so into the game, we were entering the 6th inning in a tie ball game at 4. So that forced us to play the entire inning, and that's about a 2 hour, 20-minute game. Drop strike 3, and the runner safely aboard. And over to third will go Welch. So an interesting start to the game, with a pair of errors contributing to a pair of runners. Safely back over at first is Schmidt. It is a gorgeous afternoon here in Hattiesburg. at Pete Taylor Park, Hill Denson Field. On the outside part of the plate. Little on the warm side. 90 degrees currently. Running is Schmidt. And that will give Welch an opportunity to come in and score from third. Got tagged out. Stolen base for Schmidt. Down to third. Hit right back to Spence, looks back the runner, goes to first and gets the out of Alvarado on the 1-3. And Mason Olivier comes to the plate. Evan Dozat moving to the on-deck circle. And despite the interesting start, if you are Evan Spence and the Pelicans, you got an opportunity to get out of the inning. If you can get this from Davis over to Davis, Gage to Austin, and that's exactly what happens to Olivier. And despite the couple of errors, one runner is stranded, nobody scores in the top of the first.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
Bottom of the first gets underway. Gage Davis will start it. Jaden Quantes is the two-hitter. Shelton Darnell hitting third. Austin Davis fourth. Chris Hardaway in the 5 spot. Evan Spence will hit 6th. Judson Marcantel batting 7th. Sean Smoody is the 8 hitter. Thomas Payton batting 9. And you got the unassisted put out at first by Julian Alvarado on the Gage Davis grounder. Tavares Jackson in the 10 hole. Mason LeBlanc getting the start on the hill for Star Scout 17. Joe Udo behind the plate. And first Julian Alvarado, the second baseman Gavin Shawn. Shortstop Cole Schmidt, and at third Mason Olivier. Left field Eli Lottery. In center field Connor Welch, and the right fielder is Trey Huck. Popped up towards center field, calling for it and making the catch is Welch. And Quantes with a fly out for out number 2. Shelton Darnell next. Little man outside with the pitch to Darnell from Elmore County High School. I believe that's in Eclectic, Alabama. Again, where the Stars fell in Alabama. Meteor shower back in the 1800s, I believe it was. And I don't think there's a license plate anymore in Alabama that has that as part of the license plate, but I think that's where it got its name. Fouled away by Darnell. Austin Davis to the on-deck circle. Happened in November of 1833. According to history, as got a hit batsman in Darnell, he will go down to first. Austin Davis coming to the plate. The meteor shower so intense, it was described as a night of raining fire. And it happened in the community where Darnell plays his baseball. Now over at first. Austin Davis coming to the plate. Chris Hardaway to the on-deck circle. Top of the second, Dozon, Sean, and Lonrique all due up for Star Scout 17. Here at Pete Taylor Park. Built to house about 4,300, but 3 years ago when Ole Miss played here, there were 6,300 at the park. So everywhere you could squeeze a body, there was a body. And I know for the regionals, they had about 5,200 a night. Count even at 2, 2 gone. One base runner on as that one is popped up in the direction of center field. Connor Welch backtracking and will make the grab right in front of the warning track. 4 up, 3 down, and 1 stranded in the top part. 4 up, 3 down, 1 left on in the bottom half of the first as well.
Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down. And
Top of the second gets underway. Evan Dozat leading it off. Gavin Shawn and Eli Lonrique. 2 up in the inning as well. A scoreless first inning of baseball. In the 4th game of the day with 1 more to go. Originally slated for a 7 o'clock start. Might be more like a 7:30-ish start. Which would put us right around, what, 9:20-ish as an end. Free pass down to first for Nozat. Given a walk, goes down to first, base runner aboard. Here in the top part of the second, Gavin Shawn coming to the plate. Eli Lonrique to the on-deck circle. Hardaway, Spence, and Marcantel. When you get to the bottom of the second for the Pelicans. A little bit inside with the pitch, showing bunt was Shawn. And the count runs to 2-0. The lefty Spence on the bump. Dozat not a big lead over at first. 76-mile-an-hour pitch catching the outside part of the plate. There's 2 into the zone, and the count goes even. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. Don't forget to download the Showcase Series app. Keep up with everything that is Showcase Series related. As a matter of fact, I will go there and take a look at this weekend's tournament just to find out scores from elsewhere. Close but back is Dozat. Elsewhere, Stars Scout 17 and Mississippi 18. Finished the game tied at 3. Stars 16, a 4-1 win over the Blue Jays 16. Capitals 16, 15-3 winners over UBO Henry. And Extreme Scout 19, 12-4 winners over Mississippi Scout 16. Sean with a ground out to first, but it acts like a sacrifice. Gets Dozat into scoring position at second. Joe Udo to the on-deck circle. Got a base runner in second, one away. We are in the top part of inning number 2. Chopped over in the direction of Quantes at second. He'll go to first, and Lodrick grounds into the 4-3. That moves Dozat another 90 feet further down the base path. He is now at third with 2 gone. Joe Udo next. Trey Huck moving to the on-deck circle. Low and away with the pitch. I remember a year ago when doing Star Scout 17, a lot of these names I just cannot remember. The parents gave me a little tutoring class on correct pronunciations. And I'm like remembering one syllable from each word, each name. So I may have to have another one of those sessions with parents. Here's the pitch to Udo on the outside part of the plate. And I am trying to remember where Joe is concerned. Was it Udo, Udo, or Udo? And for the moment, I'm going with Udo. Trying to check his swing. Didn't. Throw to first. Got the out. And left a runner stranded. Another 4 up, 3 down. 1 left on, top part of the inning. As we go to the bottom of the second on JockJive.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the second gets underway. It is Chris Hardaway who will start on. Evan Spence and Judson Markentel due up in the inning as well. Stars and Pelicans here in Mississippi. A little bit inside with the pitch to Hardaway. First time ever on the campus of the University of Southern Miss. And as I mentioned earlier, seemingly efforts every year to bring in a new venue. And this year it is Southern Miss. So I get anxious to see what is around the bend. Where next? LeBlanc's offering. It is ground right underneath LeBlanc. Rolls to short. Schmidt's got it. Goes to first. It is there, and out will go Hardaway. Here is one of those many pitcher-to-pitcher matchups. Mason LeBlanc, the Star Scout 17 pitcher, and Evan Spence, the Pelicans pitcher. In the bottom of the second with one away, Judson Markentel on deck. Trey Huck, Mason LeBlanc, and Connor Welch when you get to the top of the third for Stars. A little bit inside with a pitch to Spence. Obviously some great baseball has been played here at Southern Miss. It's pretty good football. I was thinking about the fact that a lot of good quarterbacks. Of course, Brett Favre is a Hall of Famer, the most recognizable names. You got Nick Mullins playing with the Jags. I want to think you had a Lee Roberts, who had a healthy career here. Maybe an Austin Davis as well, that played here at Southern Miss. Here's the 27th pitch. Swung on, dropped, picked up, and the strikeout becomes an out of Evan Spence. Two gone for Judson Markentown. Ground to short. It is scooped up there by Schmidt. Goes to first, and it's a 1-2-3, bottom of the second.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the third gets underway. Trey Hawk starts it. Mason LeBlanc and Connor Welch. 2 up in the inning, 2. We are on the campus of the University of Southern Mississippi, which was founded in 1910 as Mississippi Normal. Also known as the Mississippi Southerners. And Came home to the Golden Eagles in 1972. And obviously there have been a ton of notables traverse this campus as that is dropped into left field by Trey Huck. And it took a couple of innings, but we've got our first base hit with a runner at first. And let's see, I'm scanning through and we'll pick out the names I am familiar with. Ray Guy played here. Oh, yeah. Great punter. Is that a deep P? It is not. Safe over at first is LeBlanc. He will ground into the 6-4 and get the lead runner. As we go back to the top of the order, Connor Welch to the plate. Welch reached on an error and stole a base in the first. And Brett Favre, obviously, we talked about him as well. Well, we're talking about athletics today, so let's look at the sports figures who have played here. Mac Brown. I did not know he went to Southern Miss. Reggie Collier. Yeah, I remember Collier. First NCAA quarterback to rush for 1,000 yards and do the same passing-wise. That'll go to the screen. It will get LeBlanc's runner on his way to second. That is Dozat that is running for LeBlanc. And a base runner in scoring position for Connor Welch. Call Schmidt with the on-deck circle. Lewis Lips, former receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Sammy Winder, former NFL pro running back. All from Southern Miss. That is fouled away by Welch. And now we'll get, let's see, what time is it? 6 o'clock? We'll get 6 rings of the bell. I believe it is a Catholic church across the way. The chimes at the top of each hour. And a shot in the direction of center field. Drops in as a base hit for Connor Welch. Dozan rounding third, coming in to score with a throw to the plate. Welch will take second. And the Stars on the board. Cole Schmidt to the plate. Punt laid down by Schmidt. Goes over to first and gets the out while going to third as well. Sacrifice will go 2-3. Although I don't know if they needed the sacrifice to get the runner over. Welch had gotten such a huge jump. Was already about halfway to third when the ball got to the plate. But the play had already been designed. Julian Alvarado trying to drive in another Stars run. Smutty, Payton, and Jackson when you get to the bottom part of the third. on the outside part of the plate to Alvarado. Alvarado ground into a 1-3 in the first. Eight, 9, and 10 hitters in the Gulf Coast Pelicans order. When you get to the bottom part of the third, outside with the offering, rolls towards the screen, and strolling in from third is Welch. Down to first, we'll go Alvarado, giving a walk. Mason Olivier with a base runner on. Evan Dozat moving to the on-deck circle. 2 runs plate after a hitless and scoreless first and second. We've got runs here in the top part of the third, outside with the pitch to Olivier. Popped up right side. Thomas Payton is there. He will make the catch. Out goes Olivier, and stranded is Alvarado. But 2 runs are in. And the Stars will take that 2-zip lead into the bottom of the third. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged out. Bottom of the order, bottom of the third. Smutty. Or is that Smooty? I think that is Smoot, Payton, and Jackson. All coming to the plate in the inning. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Smooty. Major League Baseball now in full swing. And one final from earlier in the day, Rays with a 4-3 win over the Marlins. Well, it was supposed to be in full swing. You got some rain up the eastern seaboard that has delayed stuff. Phillies and Pirates delayed because of rain. Red Sox and Yankees raining there too. Rangers and Nationals scoreless in the bottom of the second. And then everything else a little bit later on. College baseball, a final. North Carolina knocks off Arizona 18-2. And the Miami-Louisville game is in a delay, I would assume because of rain. 8-1 Louisville. And that had to be late in the game. Florida State with a 1-zip lead over Oregon State, top of the fourth. And later tonight, Auburn and Coastal Carolina. And in the WNBA, the Dream and Sun get underway in about 25 minutes. Popped up to short, backtracking to make the catch is Cole Schmidt, and out will go Smutty. One away, Thomas Payton next. Tavares Jackson to the on-deck circle. In the top of the fourth, Dozat, Sean, and Lonrique. 5, 6, and 7 in the order. No NBA until Sunday. As the strike is delivered to Payton. And tomorrow we start it all over again at 9 a.m. 5-game slate, a little earlier start, which should mean if Mama Nature will cooperate and the baseball gods are kind to us, a little earlier into the day. Inside to Payton. Strike three, got the inside part of the plate. And LeBlanc will pick up his second strikeout of the game. That will bring Tavares Jackson to the plate. Top of the order, Gage Davis to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit inside with the pitch to Tavares Jackson. .340 down the lines, 400 to center field to get it out of Hill Denson Field and Pete Taylor Park. Chopped over towards first. Picked up by Alvarado, and covering is LeBlanc. 3-1 goes the put out, and there goes the third. We head to the fourth on JockJive.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the fourth gets underway. Evan Dozat leads it off. Gavin Shawn and Eli Lonrique due up in the inning two. Rolled to third. And the throw across the diamond from Sean Smutty. Takes care of Dozat. One out for Gavin Shawn. Baseball on Sunday starts at 9 a.m. too. One less game on Sunday. Got a 4-game schedule. That is over the shoulder. And the grab made by first baseman Austin Davis. So Sean with a flyout. And there's 2 gone for Eli Rodrigue. Make that Lodrique, Lodrique. Outside with the pitch. There was a Mike Rodrigue who played baseball and football at Choctaw in the Panhandle of Florida, then on to the University of Miami. No, it has absolutely nothing to do with this game. Completely irrelevant. It's just, Rodrigue. Okay, it's been a long day. Got a game to go. Looking for field stuff. As we head to the top of the order in the bottom of the fourth.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the order in the bottom of the fourth. Gage Davis starts at Jaden Quantes and Shelton Darnell due up in the inning two. There have been a couple of hits and a couple of corresponding runs. Stars with 2 hits. They came in the third. 2 runs that came in the third. Chopped over towards second. Fielded by Sean. And out number 1 is Gage Davis. Jaden Quantes, who popped out to center field, is next. Floated towards center field, and that'll be the second trip to the plate. That is ended with a fly out to center for Jaden Quantes. Joe Uno, Trey Huck, and Mason LeBlanc. When you get to the top of the field for Stars. As Shelton Darnell makes his way to the plate, he has been the only Pelicans base runner. Got hit by a pitch in the first. Back to the plate here in the fourth. That'll be lifted foul and out of play. Austin Davis moving to the on-deck circle. That is popped up and will get out of play. No, it will not. Boy, I thought that was carrying into the stands, but able to get over from third is Olivier and make the catch. And I can't blame it on wind. I guess I got to blame it on eyesight. My inability to judge. Thought it was headed to the stands, not enough breeze to blow it back in. And a nice catch by Olivier to put an end to the bottom of the fourth and send us to the fifth.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Top of the fifth, Joe Uno starts at Trey Huck and Mason LeBlanc. 2 up in the inning as well. Austin Davis, Chris Hardaway, Evan Spence in the bottom of the fifth. A little bit outside with the offering. 8 minutes, I make that 8 hours and 18 minutes into your day of baseball. And into the fourth game of the day with one more game to go. Don't forget about that Showcase Series app. Man, what a fantastic resource for keeping up with everything that is Showcase Series related. You want to play baseball with one of the premier, maybe the premier baseball league in the summer? Then check out the Showcase. Playing in some of the best venues across the Southeast and expanding always. Couple of weeks, I think it is, we'll be at LSU. That is a strike 3 on Udo. Texas A&M, Southern Miss, a lot of great junior colleges. You want to play on the best venues in this area, and I'm talking the southeastern area. And the Showcase is the place, and the Showcase Series app has got all kinds of information in regards to the events coming up, the events that have passed, and plus you got fall ball. Yeah, when the summer ends doesn't mean that the baseball wraps up. And that one sounded like it got him. It did. Hulk will go down to first. So Huck hit by the pitch on at first for Mason LeBlanc. Top of the order, Connor Welch moving to the on-deck circle. 400 plus participated in the spring training a couple of weeks ago. Over to first, and that's got him. And I think he knew it before anybody else did. Hook was kind of leaning towards second when the throw began to make its way to first, and it was like the body language said, I'm out. So Huck picked off for out number 2. And the base is cleared for Mason LeBlanc. .70-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch. On the inside part of the plate, and a couple of strikes on LeBlanc. Into the dirt with the offering. 4, 5, and 6 in the order for the Pelicans. When you get to the bottom of the 5th. Game got underway just about an hour ago. Chopped over towards Davis, and he realized that Spence wasn't going to be able to get to the bat. And LeBlanc will be on. And that is going to be credited as an infield single for LeBlanc. Moving outside with a pitch. Welch has reached on an E5 and single. The single brought in a run. He scored a run as well. So the guy at the plate has been a contributing factor into both runs for Star Scout. He scored one, drove the other one in. Inside with a 74-mile-an-hour Evan Spence pitch. Down to first with a throw, able to get back safely is LeBlanc. Three balls, one strike, two gone, a runner on, 2-zip Star Scout lead, throw to first. And LeBlanc able to get back. Cole Schmidt to the on-deck circle. Ball games here in Poplarville at Pearl River and Poplarville High at Presbyterian Christian. 24 teams in all. As the walk is handed to Welch. And a couple of runners aboard for Cole Schmidt. And it looks like Coach coming out to have a conversation or take Spence out. Spence was handing the baseball over, I think. Thinking that he was coming out of the game. Nope. Ball was in mid. So Coach out to just say focus. Get the out, throw strikes. And let's go to the bottom of the fifth and let the meat of the order, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters, take care of some business. Meanwhile, Star Scout 17 saying, hey, yeah, there's a couple of outs, but we can score with 2 gone. And those 2 out runs not only count as much as any other run, but they might mentally count for more. They're kind of those wind out of the sail runs. That is launched towards center field and hit right to Shelton Darnell. I don't think he budged. 2 runners stranded, nobody scores. We go to the bottom of the fifth in a 2-zip game.
Drives that in direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a Mercy Rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
Bottom of the fifth, Austin Davis will start it off. Chris Hardaway and Evan Spence due up in the inning as well. He's made some nice plays over at first. And in his first at-bat, flew out to center field. Pops that one up. Olivier watches it to the stands, and this one will indeed get into the stands on the left side. Lights beginning to come on here at Hill Denson Field. Though we are about an hour, roughly an hour 30 from sunset. Here's a base hit, breaks up the no-no for Mason LeBlanc. Austin Davis with a leadoff single in the fifth. Chris Hardaway next. Evan Spence to the on-deck circle. Sixth inning for the Stars. Begins with Alvarado. 3, 4, and 5 to the plate in the sixth. Outside of the strike zone, and that will get away from Uno. Down to second goes Davis. And Davis now in scoring position. Chris Hardaway with an opportunity to drive in the run that would cut the lead in half. .76-mile-an-hour pitch from LeBlanc to Hardaway, so that Davis base hit was about 75 pitches into his pitching stint for LeBlanc. And there is a free pass down to first for Hardaway. So not only is the no-hitter broken apart, but you got a couple of base runners on with nobody out. And now you're looking at the possibility of losing that lead. And it looks like a pitching change coming for the Stars. Evan Dozat is making his way to the hill. We'll get you a look at Dozat and the LeBlanc numbers when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Evan Dozat, the new pitcher, as Mason LeBlanc leaves after working 4 innings. Bunt laid down by Spence to move runners over. Sacrifice will work as designed. Davis goes to third, Hardaway to second. On the sacrifice that goes 2-3. One away with a couple of runners in scoring position. Tying run at second for Judson Markentown. Jason Smoody to the on-deck circle. Upstairs with a pitch to Markentown. LeBlanc, 4 innings, 15 faced, 2 strikeouts, a walk, a hit, and a hit batsman. And responsible for the 2 runners on, and one's coming in. Davis scoring from third. And now that tying run at third in the form of Chris Hardaway. Judson Markentown on the on-deck circle. I make that at the plate. And Smutty on deck. And apparently while chasing down that errant pitch, Udo did something to the straps on the shin guards. So trying to get that matter resolved before we return to play. Here in the bottom of the 5th, Mercantile ground into a 6-3. He was the last out in the 2nd inning. Well, apparently whatever happened to those straps, it was a little more extensive. Either that or Udo was buying himself a little extra time to recover from the heat and the long run over to the screen to try to track down an errant toss. Into the box, Mercantile with a runner at third, Hardaway. On the outside part of the plate with a 74-mile-an-hour pitch. So at least for the moment, we've got a couple of Evans pitching. Evan Spence for the Pelicans, and now Evan Dozat for the Stars. And thrown behind Mercantile. One away, a runner at third. Stars got both their runs in the 3rd. Pelicans working on runs in the 5th. Ground towards short. Smith's got it, runs in. Got the out at first, but Hardaway will score to tie the game at 2. Sean Smoody next. Thomas Payton moving to the on-deck circle. Base is cleared. We can close the books now on LeBlanc. 4 innings of work, 15 faced, 2 strikeouts, a walk, a hit batsman, and a couple of runs played. That is popped up to the right side. And that'll drop into foul territory. Long run over in right field. That was Trey Huck trying to get there but couldn't. And it will drop foul and turn into a long strike on Smutty. Or Smooty. I think it is Smooty. And Smooty with a swing and miss. Good looking pitch, got Smooty. He will strike out swinging. Dozat comes in, does his job. Takes care of Spence, Mercantile, and Smooty. But 2 runs will play to the Pelicans have tied it at 2, headed to the 6th. Top of the 6th gets underway. Julian Alvarado coming to the plate. Mason Olivier and Evan Dozat due up in the inning 2. And that Evan and Evan pitching matchup didn't last very long. I guess technically not at all. Because Evan Spence has now left the bump, and it's Chris Hardaway who is on the hill for the Pelicans. Spence will finish with 5 innings of work, faced 22. Struck out 3, walked 3, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs. And is a base hit to lead things off in the 6th for Julian Alvarado. And a base runner on for Mason Olivier. Evan Dozat moving to the on-deck circle. is off of Mercantile and then rolled into foul territory. So a fair ball, and it turns into an Olivier base hit. Check that. They're going to charge an E5 to Mercantile. So scratch the hit and register the error. That is popped up and back to the screen. And no, let me correct that for a third time. That will be scored as a base hit. So Olivier on with a single. Evan Dozat with an opportunity to aid his pitching cause at the plate. Showing punt, pulls back, pitch high. One more game to go. Got a 7 o'clock matchup between Florida Bama Scout 19 as the punt is laid down by Dozat to move Alvarado and Olivier up 90 feet. One away, Gavin Shaw to the plate. And Florida Bama Scout 19 takes on Mississippi Scout 16 in the last matchup of the day. But there is 7 o'clock games everywhere else as well. Pearl River's got a 7 o'clock game, Presbyterian Christian and Poplarville High, all with 7 o'clock matchups. Fouled away by Gavin Shaw. And again, here is that key at bat. If you are the Pelicans and trying to stop the Stars from scoring, it's getting Shaw. If you are the Stars looking at your best opportunity to plate runs, it is Gavin Shaw. Shot over towards right field, but it is right to Thomas Payton. Fires home and almost, but not quite. Alvarado in to score, but a strong throw, and it was closer than I thought it would be. As Sean delivers with a sacrifice to bring in the go-ahead run. Two gone, a runner 90 feet away. That is Mason Olivier as Eli Lonrique comes to the plate. Joe Udo to the on-deck circle. Thomas Payton, Tavares Jackson, Gage Davis in the bottom of the 6th. That is popped up in the direction of center field. And there for the catch is Shelton Darnell. One runner stranded, one runner in. It's a one-run game as we go to the bottom of the 6th.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
We head to the bottom of the sixth. Thomas Payton will start it off. Takes a strike on the outside part of the plate. Tamaris Jackson, Gage Davis due up in the inning as well. And a couple of strikes delivered from Evan Dozat. One on the outside, one on the inside part of the plate. Wide of the strike zone, and the count goes to 1-2. Payton struck out looking in the third. That was when Mason LeBlanc was on the hill. Ground foul over towards the dugout at third. I make that at first. And the count is 1 ball, couple of strikes. Outside for ball 2. Next to the last game, one more to go, and then we will call it a day. And do it all over again tomorrow starting at 9. Outside of the strike zone, and battling back to run the count full is Thomas Payton. Here is the payoff pitch. Popped up. Olivier gives it a look, but it will drop into the stands. And a second payoff pitch coming to Payton. And is sky high in the direction of center field. Could be problematic. Able to come in and get a glove on him, but not able to bring it in was Welch. And that's got Payton all the way to second. That was probably the highest and shortest double for Thomas Payton. But kudos to the base running, aggressive. And as a result, standing in scoring position as Tavares Jackson makes his way to the plate. They're going to charge that as an error in center field. I don't know if it. I would have agreed. It was a long run, trying to make the catch on the fly, but it did get part of the mitt. And kind of a baseball logic in the world of scorekeeping is if it touches the mitt, you ought to bring it in. So that is an E8 and not a base hit. Tavares Jackson to the plate. And ground out to first in the third. That is an error that gets the runner to third, and nearly another error that would have brought Payton home. So 90 feet away now is the tying run. Wow. Jackson sending that bat over towards the railing in front of the first base dugout. And, man, if there's no railing there, somebody's hurt. That got there quick. And one of the two gentlemen that was standing against the rail said, you know what, no more. I have learned my lesson. Into the dugout he has gone. And as a matter of fact, so too is the third one that was standing there. So the three that were there were like, you know, let's just watch the game from in here. A little bit outside with a pitch to Jackson. Well, I know it's not 2-0 as the scoreboard indicates, as you got the wild toss bringing in Payton. Because that was definitely a swing that sent the bat over to the dugout. So I'm thinking it's probably a 3-1 or either a 2-1. Let's see what the official says. And, well, he popped those fingers up so briefly. I did see the one on the right hand, though. And that fouled away, a 2-strike count on Tavares Jackson. And it is 3-2, I believe, full count. Gage Davis to the on-deck circle. Outside of the strike zone and down to first will go Jackson. Representing the go-ahead run. And depending on time, might be the winning run. I don't know yet. Unofficially, a start time of 5:21. That was an hour 40 ago. But that is the unofficial start time. I was thinking coming into the sixth inning that we were definitely going 7. Not so sure anymore. Outside with a pitch to Gage Davis. Davis 0 for 2 in the game. On the inside part of the plate, no indication from Davis that he wants to sacrifice Jackson over. Jackson will take off on the hit and run, and safe over at first is Gage Davis. Got there just a step ahead of the throw. And that will become the second Pelican base hit of the game. And it pushes that go-ahead and again, potentially game-winning run into scoring position. Punt laid down by Quantes, and nobody's covering first. It is all loaded up. Runners at first, second, and third. And has got Shelton Darnell coming to the plate. Star Scout 17 have led throughout the game. But the Pelicans, and again, depending on the clock of the official down on the field as compared to my clock, but you're talking about the possibility where the Pelicans are concerned to take their first lead as a win. We are unofficially at 1 hour and 44 minutes. That is a big shot towards center field. It will go all the way to the wall. Shelton Darnell driving in Jackson, driving in Davis, driving in Quantes. And the triple by Darnell gives the Pelicans a 3-run lead. And there's still nobody out with the runner at third. Well, it's not going to be the last at-bat, but it may be the bottom of the inning. And now you are working against the time frame. If you are the Stars, you want to get those 3 outs as quickly as possible, as this has popped up to center field. Tagging from third is Darnell, and he will come in to score. So Davis with a sacrifice to drive in Darnell. And the Pelicans have had more hits in the 6th inning than in the first 5 innings of the ballgame. On the outside part of the plate to Chris Hardaway. Gavin spins to the on-deck circle. And is dropped into right field, base hit for Hardaway. It will roll all the way to the wall. Hardaway on his way to second, says why not third? And he will get there safely. Second triple in the inning for the Pelicans. Evans spins to the plate, 0 for 2 in the game. High and away with a pitch to Spence. Johnson Mercantile to the on-deck circle. And when sent out of play. Well, again, unofficially, I've got us at an hour and 47 minutes. And you've still got just a single out in the bottom of the 6th. Down to third with a throw, and it'll wind up in left field and allow Hardaway to come in to score. They had him picked, but it ricocheted off the mid of Alvarado. And Hardaway will score. That is fouled off by Spence. Spence 0 for 1 in the game. He has struck out and laid down a sacrifice. Dozat upstairs outside of the strike zone. Dozat came into the game in the 5th and retired the 3 he faced. On the inside part of the plate. And out will go Spence. Johnson Mercantile next. And I think that got the bat as Mercantile was trying to back away. Let's go back to that previous pitch. He was trying to back away from a pitch that was inside. That was behind him. And got the bat. That's behind him too. That is lifted into the stands and out of play. Well, according to my unofficial clock, we're out of time. We are an hour 50 in. And that one is going to hit Mercantile. And that's going to do it for the ball game. The official clock agrees that we have gone 1 hour and 50. And this one is now final. It is a 8-3 win. Pelicans behind until the bottom of the 6th. And wind up winning it by 5. Both teams 5 hits, 3 scout errors, 2 Pelican mistakes. A total of 2 runners stranded by the Pelicans and left on by the Stars 6. 2 runs came in the 3rd for the Stars, and they got a run in the 6th. 2 runs in the 5th, and then that big 6th inning, in which a total of 6 runs played. And the Pelicans will win it going away. 1 more game, and then we will go away. but that one more game is about 20 minutes away. We'll see you right at 7:30 for the final game of the night. We'll keep the camera up, link live, and be back with more baseball in roughly 20. Hi, everybody. Welcome in his last game of the day. FB Scout 19 and MS Scout 16, a.k.a. Florida Bama Scout 19 and Mississippi Scout 16. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage. Last game of a 5-game day. And a day that is relatively on schedule. Getting a 7:33 start for the last game of the day instead of a 7 o'clock start. But when you consider there were 4 games prior, who can complain? Soche leading it off with a single. So a base runner is aboard. And I'm putting the finishing touches on getting names in my scorebook. And then can carry on. It is great to play on an artificial turf, but from a broadcast perspective, the one drawback is that you can turn these things around so quickly that I may not get to everything that I'm supposed to get to in between games. But now I've gotten to it all and now have it in the book, and here we go. Carson Soche leading it off for FB Scout 19. He's on with a single. Jonathan Corona is the 2-hitter at the plate. 3-guy Luke Vax, Parker McNeil batting 4th. 5-hitter Jay Gonzalez, Gabriel Mitchell hitting 6th, Owen McNeil 7th, Tyler Johnson 8th, and the 9-hitter is Ethan Mahoney. Meanwhile, Aiden Radasta is getting the start on the hill for Mississippi Scout 16. Behind the plate, Jacob Sonez has got a strikeout on Corona. And there's one gone for Luke Vax. At first, Braden Thornhill, the Mississippi second baseman, Cole Bounds. Shortstop, Braden Lee, and at third, Talon Cipriano. J.J. Muriel in left, Kendall Morrison in center. In with the stolen base is Soche. And in right field, Blake Gill. And there you have it. Lineups offensively for Florida Bama. Defensively for Mississippi. Inside with a pitch to Luke Vax. Last game of the day. Got everything underway 9 hours and 35 minutes ago, as that is swatted foul by Luke Vax. And this game, like its predecessors, given an hour 50 time limit. That is a no new inning 150. It's not a drop dead 150, which is why technically we're behind a little bit, because we had another inning to go with about 8 minutes left in the time limit in game number 3. Luke Vax will strike out. There's 2 gone. Parker McNeil to the plate. And speaking of scores from games prior, why don't we start with the first game today? It was a Stars 18 5-2 win over Elite Dreams. Boy, some undoubtedly stolen bases for Soche. I mean, he's gotten such a tremendous jump But it hasn't even been close at bag 2 and 3. That is ground to second. Throw to first will get Parker McNeil on the 4-3 and leave Soche aboard. 1 hit, 1 stranded. We go to the bottom of the first. And Mississippi's coming to bat.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the first, top of the order, J.J. Muriel will start it off for Mississippi. Kendall Morrison, the 2-hitter. Blake Gill batting third. Braden Lee is the 4 guy. Braden Thornhill in the 5 spot. Eric Maver batting 6th. Tucker Monty is the 7-hitter. Jacob Sones batting 8th. Cole Bounds 9th. And Talon Cipriano is in the 10 spot. Luke Vax getting the start on the bump for Florida Bama. And is rocked a shot to short. McNeil's got it. And you got the out over at first. Gonzalez leaning towards home plate, trying to bring in the throw from McNeil. And you had some Mississippi fans that thought he had pulled his foot off the bag, but not according to the umpire, who was right there on the scene. And there's one away for Kendall Morrison. Owen McNeil behind the plate for Florida Bama. At first, Jay Gonzalez. Second baseman is Gabriel Mitchell. Shortstop, Parker McNeil. And at third, Tyler Johnson. Got an outfield of Jonathan Corona in left, Carson Soche in center, and Ethan Mahoney in right. Couple of pitches, both into the strike zone. It is 0-2 on Kendall Morrison. Blake Gill to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit outside. Gonzalez, Mitchell, and McNeil when you get to the top of the second for Florida Bama. Strike three, got the inside part of the plate. 2 up and 2 gone with Blake Gill coming to the plate. We got a 7:33 start unofficially, which means about a 9:23 ending or thereabouts. And if you are saying, well, wait a minute, what if it's a tie ball game at the end of 7 or at the end of an hour 50? It's okay. Games can end in a tie. Haven't had one yet today here. There have been ties elsewhere. And of course, you can keep updated on everything that's going on this weekend by downloading the Showcase Series app. And it looks like the last game begins temperature-wise where the first one started. 85 degrees. Outside to Gill. Feels like 87. Winds out of the south-southwest at 5, gusting to 8. Sun sets in about 13 minutes. There is a walk given to Blake Gill. "20-mile visibility, 66% humidity, no rain today. Temperature is about 3 degrees above normal for this time of year. Moon at 84% illumination. And the moon getting closer as the illumination expands. Now 251,946 miles away. Back to the screen, foul by Braden Lee. Braden Thornhill to the on-deck circle. Some pretty good baseball today. Even games that kind of indicated score-wise that they had gotten out of hand, like the 11-5 Mississippi win over the Bandits. Well, that was a 7-run sixth that made it an 11-5 final. Games have been tightly contested. Popped up to the right side over into foul territory and able to make the catch is Ethan Mahoney. And Braden Lee will fly out for out number 3, leaving one runner on.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the second gets underway. Jay Gonzalez going after the first pitch. He'll one hop it to short. Lee's got it, goes to first, and we are a pitch and an out into the second. Gabriel Mitchell next. Owen McNeil moving to the on-deck circle. 14 games total will be played here on the campus of Southern Miss. At the end of this one, 5 done and 9 to go. And a summer full of sports. As a matter of fact, throughout the course of the rest of the tournament, we'll be talking about stuff later, like next week at Troy University and Nicholls State. And that's just games we're covering. There are tournaments all over the place, and there's the reason that you'll want to download the Showcase Series app. It's got every tournament, every team for every tournament, every venue for every tournament. Low and away with a pitch to Gabriel Mitchell. The 1-1 pitch, just a little bit inside. Baseball taking place elsewhere, Major League Baseball, college baseball as well. Why don't we start at the collegiate level? Louisville has beaten Miami 8-1 in the Super Regional there in Kentucky. North Carolina 18-2 winners over Arizona in the Chapel Hill Super Regional. Florida State with a 4-1 lead in the bottom of the 8th over Oregon State in the Corvallis Super Regional, and then in Alabama, Auburn and Coastal Carolina get underway in 8 minutes. Strikeout of Mitchell for out number 2. Owen O'Neill followed by Tyler Johnson. And a sent over towards first, and a nice stop made, but in foul territory by Braden Thornhill. Major League Baseball, a couple of finals. Rays beat the Marlins 4-3, the Nationals over the Rangers 2-0. And a lot of games in progress. As this is ground to second by O'Neill. Fielded by Bounds, goes to first, and out goes McNeil on the 4-3. 3 up, 3 down. In the top of the second, we head to the bottom of the inning. Thornhill, Maver, and Monty due up for Mississippi.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Bottom of the second gets underway. Braden Thornhill will start it. Eric Maber, Tucker Monty due up in the inning, too. Scoreless ball game. I think the deepest we have gone into a game today scoreless was maybe the third inning. Opening game had a score in the first. Game 2 had a run in the third. Game 3 in the first. Game 4 in the third. And we're in the bottom of the second. So no game has gone beyond 3 without seeing a run play. Inside, and then had the life of Braden Thornhill flashing before his eyes. Eric Maber waiting on deck. $88-mile-an-hour offering from Luke Vax. That's some of the fastest pitches we have seen today. Outside with a pitch, Thornhill given a walk on an 89-mile-an-hour offering. So a base runner aboard, Eric Maber coming to the plate. Just a little bit outside with the pitch. Well, our indicator of time, the church chimes across the street, indicating it is 8 o'clock in Hattiesburg. And we'll sneak underneath the mitt at second of Gabriel Mitchell. And Eric Maber will deliver with a base hit that's got a couple of base runners on here in the bottom of the second. So a walk and a hit, 2 aboard. Tucker Monty coming to the plate. Jacob Sonez to the on-deck circle. So Luke Vax has hit 89 on our radar gun. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate with an 88-mile-an-hour toss. I was reading the other day about Carlin Pickens at Tennessee, the softball player throwing a 79-mile-an-hour pitch from, about 15, 20 feet closer. And I looked that up as to, comparing that with a pitch from 60 feet away in a baseball game. It was comparable, I think it said, to a 118-mile-an-hour pitch, baseball-wise. And the story goes where Pickens is concerned that, I don't know if it was her catcher at the high school level maybe, that it was just tearing up her hands. So I am assuming that when you get these pitchers, you get manufacturers to work going, hey, we got to come up with gloves that have more padding. Because once you get one 79-mile-an-hour pitcher in softball, you will get another. In baseball, you seldom, if ever, 25, 30 years ago, heard of a pitch at 100 plus. And now it's fairly routine. Monty with a swing and miss for out number 1. Jacob Sonez with a couple of base runners on and 1 away here in the bottom of the second. One out, 2 aboard, bottom of inning number 2. Johnson, Mahoney, and Soche. When you get to the Florida Bama third. Average fastball in Major League Baseball, 95. That used to be the high-end pitches years ago. And now it is the average fastball. I mean, wasn't Nolan Ryan the king of the hill where that was concerned, and he threw maybe a 98? I'm not sure if he ever hit 100. Strike 3, got the outside part of the plate on Sonez. And it makes folks like me wonder, man, what are they going to be throwing in 25 or 30 years from now? Cole bounds with 2 gone and still 2 on. Well, they're going to have to start forking over some big bucks to the catchers. I know the catchers already, do pretty well. But if you're going to be catching consistently 110, 105, 110, then you either need new equipment or new money or both. Talon Cipriano to the on-deck circle. High and away with the pitch to bounce. Of course, I think in 15 or 20 years, you're not going to have officials at Major League Baseball games. Or at least not in the capacity that we understand them to be. Bounds with a ground out to short. Taken over to second by McNeil. And getting the force out to put an end to the inning. 2 scoreless innings as we head to the third.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction of Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap.
Top of the third gets underway. Tyler Johnson will start it. A scoreless game through 2. If we go scoreless through 3, we'll be into brand new Friday territory here at Southern Miss. We have not had a game go scoreless through 3 innings. Tyler Johnson, Ethan Mahoney, Carson Soche. And if you're worried about time limit, then you have been watching a lot of baseball today. We're not close yet. Just about 35 minutes into the ball game. And he's popped up over into foul territory. And I think that was catchable by Thornhill. I don't think Thornhill thought he could get to it and make the catch. But you do have that boundary area. And that's where it went into. But maybe what if you went to the chalk and reached over? But apparently he did not feel like he could do such. And says, why do it anyway? I'm going to have this one coming my way from Tyler Johnson, and he'll make the over-the-shoulder to catch. Thornhill registering out number 1. One out for Ethan Mahoney. Carson Soche on deck, ground in the direction of third. Charging over is Cipriano, and a nice dig on the receiving end by Thornhill. Thornhill's having a heck of a defensive inning. Two outs, and Carson Soche back to the plate. He's got the lone Florida-Bama base hit of the game. A first inning leadoff single. Jonathan Corona into the on-deck circle. Into the strike zone with an 80-mile-an-hour Radasta pitch. Low and away and an even count at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 gone here in the top of the third inning. Bottom of the order will start it off. 10, 1, and 2 when you get to the bottom of the third. And a couple of strikes on Soche. Ground to second, over to get it, bounds. He'll go to first. And Florida-Bama goes 1, 2, 3 in the top of the third. Bottom of the third gets underway. Bottom of the order coming to the plate. Talon Cipriana will start it off. Goes after the first pitch, grounds it to second, and hanging with it and getting the out is Gabriel Mitchell. One pitch, one away. Back to the top of the order, J.J. Morrill. Well, the Oregon State-Florida State Super Regional has gone to 4-4. In the bottom of the ninth, big rally from Oregon State. And they're apparently edging towards the possibility of winning the thing. Brings to mind the question for one Daniel Ballard, who's kind of keeping up with Oregon State and Florida State while watching Mississippi Scout 16 and Florida Bama Scout 19. How many games simultaneously have you watched? I mean, we're watching 2 now. I figure Mr. Baseball Daniel Ballard's probably watched 3 or 4 at the same time. Ground to short. And diving in safely at first is Morrill. That'll be an infield single. So you got a base runner on Morrill. And Morrill changing shoes. Well, heck, that's probably next. You get on board and you get a different set of shoes for running to second. Maybe another pair for going to third. Kendall Morrison with 1 away and a runner aboard. And Luke Vax says we'll try out those new shoes with this throw to first. Fouled away by Morrison. This game and this day has featured more shoe changes than I have ever seen during games. I think that was the 4th shoe change. Kendall Morrison struck out looking in the first. Blake Gill to the on-deck circle. And that one is going to hit Morrison. So a couple of base runners on. Blake Gill coming to the plate. Will we make it through the third without a run? As I mentioned, every game prior has seen something scored no later than the third. Inside with a pitch to Blake Gill. Luke Vax would love to have what we haven't seen a whole lot of today, and that is the double play. Blake Gill with a walk in the first. Braden Lee to the on-deck circle. A little inside with the 87-mile-an-hour offering. Coronavax and McNeil, as in Jonathan, Luke, and Parker, when you get to the fourth inning for FB Scout 19. That is ground right back to Vax. He'll go to first with the throw, get the out of Gill, while Morrill and Morrison will move to third and second respectively. 2 outs for Braden Lee. Lee popped out to right field in the first. Braden Thornhill to the on-deck circle. 2 gone, 2 on. Here in the bottom of the third. Luke Vax, 31 pitches total. 17 outside of the strike zone and 14 within. There's the 15th to find the strike zone. Braden Lee with a fly out to right field. And a little bit behind the 86-mile-an-hour pitch. Here is the 0-2 pitch from Luke Vax. It'll go inside for ball 1. Well, we are on a college campus, so there's a little rock and roll playing in the distance. Got a little get-together going on somewhere. Ground over towards third. It'll be scooped there by Johnson. Goes to first with a throw. Gets Braden Lee on the 5-3, and we are going to go as deep into a game as we have gone today with nobody on the board.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat. Ground into third, and that will be booted by Cipriano. And that actually now is that a 9? If so, that is Tucker Monty, who is now over at third.
But apparently a break for Monty in that it was fouled off of Corona. So Corona back to the plate. Big swing, big miss, strikes out. One out, Luke Vax next. Parker McNeil moving to the on-deck circle. Luke Vax struck out in the first. For Radasta, he is one of 3 strikeouts in the ballgame. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate from Radasta. That is Monty, by the way, playing third now for Mississippi. And he will be one of 3 third basemen. Cipriano worked a couple of innings as that is driven into right field, and then will ricochet a bit and give an extra bag to Luke Vax. Compliments of the bobble in right. So Vax will make his way to second. It'll be a base hit and an E9 unofficially. And Parker McNeil will come to the plate. And with Luke Vax staying in the ball game, I wonder if that's an indication that he won't be on the hill in the bottom of the 4th. Typically your pitcher gets a courtesy runner. That doesn't necessarily mean he's coming out. So Daniel points out they've only got 1 sub, and he's a pitcher. So Vax stays into the ballgame by necessity's sake. As Parker McNeil hits. Top of the 4th in a scoreless game. Base runner in scoring position. Second time that Florida Bama has had somebody in scoring position. It happened in the 1st, happens in the 4th. And got the strikeout, though, of McNeil for out number 2. And Radasta picking up his 4th strikeout of the game. Jay Gonzalez sending that one foul. Vax was running, but he will put on the brakes and go back to second. Thornhill, Maver, and Monty when you get to the bottom of the 4th for Mississippi. Gonzalez ground into a 6-3. He'll pop this one up over behind the dugout at first. And it is 0-2 on Gonzalez. Radasta has thrown 34 pitches. And a shot over towards left field. And able to catch up with it in front of the warning track is J.J. Morrill. A base hit, but a runner stranded. We go to the bottom of the fourth, and they're still scoreless.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We head to the bottom of the fourth. Braden Thornhill will start it off. Eric Maver and Tucker Monty due up in the inning, too. This might be one of those games, if you score, you win. Speaking of win, in the bottom of the 10th, Oregon State beating Florida State. Come from behind victory. Now, kudos again to Mitchell. Hangs with it there at second. Able to get Thornhill on the 4-3. So the only super regional game ongoing, Auburn and Coastal Carolina playing in the Plains. And an opportunity to see and hear Butch Thompson, the head coach at Auburn at the ALA BCA convention in December. Great job. Motivational speaker. And obviously has done well this year. Got Auburn a step away from the World Series. Eric Maver with a base hit, his prior at-bat, but handled nicely by Mitchell to hit into the 4-3 here in the fourth. And there is two away. We are just now approaching the 1 hour mark. And are an out away from the fifth inning. So the nightcap could be the game that goes a full 7. course, you know the game of baseball. This could, too, be the game that both teams wind up scoring in double digits. You just never know. Doesn't look that way at the moment. Tucker Monty with a strikeout in the second. So you got some firsts. First game to make it to the fourth without a run plating. First game that has both starting pitchers on the mound into the fourth. As a strike is delivered to Monty. Strike three on the inside part of the plate. Monty caught looking, 3 up, 3 down. In the bottom of the fourth, we go to the fifth, still looking for the game's first run.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
We head to the top of the fifth. Gabriel Mitchell will start it off. Owen McNeil and Tyler Johnson due up in the inning, too. As a strike is delivered on the outside part of the plate. Scoreless game into the fifth. We were talking about Butch Thompson and Auburn, and learned that they are hosting a super regional for the first time in school history. So Auburn is a buzz. I think I am glad. My travels often take me on I-85 between Montgomery and Atlanta. That's probably a little traffic congested drive tonight and this weekend. Fouled away by Mitchell, who struck out in the second. And also glad I don't need a hotel in the Auburn-Opelika area. If I could find one, it probably would be very pricey. Another one fouled off by Mitchell. high and away with the pitch, and Mitchell given a walk. Fought off pitches and eventually draws the walk, goes down to first. Not the first time a leadoff hitter has gotten aboard. Soche got on for Florida-Bama in the first, and now you've got Mitchell on in the fifth. And Mississippi has put leadoff aboard once. So we've had leadoff hitters on, and they're still scoreless. But a leadoff hitter aboard in the fifth, a little different than a leadoff hitter aboard in the first in a scoreless game, when you've also got to consider the time limit, though time is not a big issue yet. Unofficially 45 minutes left in that 150. Over to first with the throw, and that'll be thrown away. Mitchell is on his way to second and may have third. And Radasta, who has pitched a heck of a game, makes a bad throw to first. And that's got Mitchell 90 feet away. You throw about 50 pitches to home plate. And it's that one over to first that could hurt you. Pop out to second by Owen McNeil. And there is one away for Tyler Johnson. And if you are Radasta, here's the guy you want to get. If you are Florida-Bama, here's the guy that you want to bring Mitchell in. Line to third, and wow, what a play over at third. And let's see who's playing third right now. They've been playing musical chairs at third. And I believe that was Lee. Fouled back to the screen by Ethan Mahoney. Top of the order, Carson Soche moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with a 71-mile-an-hour pitch. Jacob Sonez, Cole Pounds, and Talon Cipriano when you get to the bottom part of the inning for Mississippi. A little bit outside of the strike zone. Shot into the direction of left field, and the diving trying to get there by Morrell cannot. And the run is in as Mitchell will score. And for the first time in the game, there is a runner in. And Mahoney hit that one deep. Morrell with the diving, trying to come up with it, but couldn't. That, by the way, was Talon Cipriano making that great stop over at third moments ago. Wanted to give credit where credit was due. shot in the direction of center field, and on the run, the over-the-shoulder catch made. Kendall Morrison able to snag it for out number 3. One runner in, one runner left on. And we head to the bottom of the 5th in a 1-zip game.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Bottom of the 5th with a new pitcher on the hill. That is Jay Gonzalez. Luke Vax will work a total of 4 innings. And in those 4 innings, faced 17. Had a total of 4 strikeouts. As that one is ground foul by Jacob Sonez. Max 2 walks, 2 hits, no runs allowed. And had a single hit batsman in his 4 innings of work before turning it over to Jay Gonzalez. Bottom part of the order, the 8, 9, and 10 hitters. Jacob Sonez, Cole Bounds, and Talon Cipriano. Round right back up the middle, scooped up at short by McNeil, and then thrown into the dirt on his way to second is Sonez. It was an error that played a vital role in the Florida-Bama run that played it in the top part of the inning. Let's see if it will be an error that plays a big role in the first Mississippi run. And Muriel will come in to run for Sonez. Now the officials conversing. Not sure where the conversation is about. But from this vantage point, it does look like the conversation in part is between Gonzalez and the official. Inside with a pitch to Cole Bounds. Tying run in scoring position, bottom of the fifth, nobody gone. Florida-Bama just took the lead. Last thing they want to do is relinquish it. Mitchell Fields at second, goes to first, while Sonaz will take third. And of course, taking away from that lead is exactly what Mississippi would like to see here in the bottom of the fifth. Low and away with a pitch to Talon Cipriano. Had that great play at third, the liner by Tyler Johnson in the top of the fifth, to, at that moment, save a run from scoring. Of course, eventually coming in to score was Gabriel Mitchell. Floated into the stands and out of play by Cipriano. Cipriano grounded into a 4-3 in the third. J.J. Muriel to the on-deck circle. Jay Gonzalez's first inning of work after 4 from Vax. Mitchell able to backhand at second. Over to first with a throw to get the out, but in will come Sonaz, and we've got a tie game at 1. And both runs have seen errors a contributing factor. As a strike is delivered to Muriel. Will find its way into the stands. Again, a big thank you as we near the end of the opening day. Still got a couple of innings, or if we go the time route, about 30 minutes. But a big thank you to Southern Miss, man. They have been such hospitable hosts. To the showcase, all the gang. James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, Daniel Ballard. Great to work with the guys for a 5th or 6th summer. I guess it would be the 5th. Summer of 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 25 would be the 6th. High and inside with a pitch to Muriel, who is 1 for 2 in the game. Big thank you most of all, though, for you watching. If you weren't, well, what would be the point? Popped up behind the plate, and there the catch will be made by Owen McNeil. Muriel flies out, but Mississippi's got a run, and we are tied again, this time at 1.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
get the top of the 6th underway with a new pitcher on the hill. That is Braden Thornhill. Aiden Radasta works 5 innings, faces 19. 5 strikeouts, a walk, 3 hits, and a run allowed. And leaves for the former first baseman Thornhill. Tucker Monty, by the way, is taken over at first for Thornhill. Jonathan Corona, Luke Vax, and Parker McNeil due up here in the 6th inning. That is a little bit over the head of Corona. Bottom of the 6th, Morrison, Gill, and Lee. 2, 3, and 4 in the Mississippi order. Well, we go 4 innings and nobody scores. We get a run in the top of the 5th. Mississippi does the same in the bottom. And now here we are in the 6th with a leadoff walk to Corona. Luke Vax has struck out and singled. He is 1 for 2 in the game. 82-mile-an-hour pitch from Braden Thornhill. And if time is the factor you are interested in, we are an hour 33 into the game, unofficially. And creeping up on the 11th hour of coverage. 10 hours and 54 minutes since the opening pitch. Into the stands from Luke Vax. Vax has struck out and singled, 1 for 2. And he turned a single into a double, compliments of an E9. Running is Corona. He'll be in safely with a stolen base at second. Base runner in scoring position for the 3rd consecutive inning. Florida Bama Scout 19. A little bit low with the pitch to Vax. Vax struck out to become the 2nd out of the 1st inning. Singled in the 4th. Back to the plate here in the 6th. Popped up. High into the air, running out of room to track it down at 3rd is Cipriano. And the count full, 3 balls and a couple of strikes. Straight delivered on the outside part of the plate to Vax, and out he will go for out number 1. Thornhill's first strikeout of the game. It is the 6th for Mississippi pitching. One gone for Parker McNeil. McNeil 0 for 2 in the game. He's ground out and struck out. Outside with the Thornhill pitch. Base hit into center field. That should score Corona. Rounds third, comes in, throw coming to the plate. And McNeil takes advantage and goes to second. And it becomes a 2-1 ball game. Jay Gonzalez is next. Gonzalez started as the first baseman for Florida Bama, now the pitcher. Interesting that Thornhill, same resume. First baseman to start the game, now pitching. Gonzalez 0 for 2 with a ground out to short and a fly out to left. Round to second. Over to get in his bounds. Goes to first with the throw while McNeil goes to third. Two outs for Gabriel Mitchell. Mitchell a strikeout and a walk. As we cross over into the 9 p.m. hour. That'll go over the head of Mitchell, but holding at third is McNeil. Mitchell struck out in the second, walked in the fifth. Came around and scored the first run of the ball game. And part of that coming around was compliments of an Aiden Radasta throwing error designed to pick him off over at first. Wound up sending him to third. And eventually came in and scored on the Ethan Mahoney single. Counting minute 2, couple of balls, couple of strikes. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Outside with the pitch. Next weekend we go to Troy and Thibodeau. Troy, Alabama and Troy University, Thibodeau and Nicholls State. And in between now and then, ALA BCA Upperclassmen Showcase at Troy. Happening on Tuesday and Wednesday. Mitchell given a walk. Runners at first and third for Owen McNeil. McNeil has been put out at second. Grounded into a 4-3 and then popped out to second. And don't forget, by the way, to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Trying to get to 6,700 subscribers by the end of the weekend. Let's see if we picked anybody up. Yeah, a handful. Need 20 more to get to 6,700. Upstairs with the pitch to McNeil. How do you make it happen? Oh, it's easy. Cursor over subscribe button and click. I mean, that is it. High fly ball to center field. Looks pretty routine at the moment for Kendall Morris, and he'll make the catch. And a single run will plate to give the lead back to Florida Bama.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a Mercy Rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
Two-one ball game. Run plates in the top part of the inning. Kendall Morrison starting it off in the home half. Blake Gill and Braden Lee due up in the inning too, as Jay Gonzalez will get his second inning of work in. Florida Bama a run in the 5th and 6th. Mississippi a run in the 5th and batting in the 6th. Just a little bit inside with the pitch to Morrison, who has struck out and been hit by a pitch. .72-mile-an-hour pitch swung on and missed. And hit by the pitch is Morrison. So a base runner aboard as Blake Gill makes his way to the plate. We have seen singles, doubles, triples, but no home runs today. And in reality, we've got more triples than doubles. That's a little unusual. And I believe every one of the triples has been hit to right center. Might have had one to center field, but everything hit in that general direction. Center to right center. Running is Morrison, and he will get in safely. Able to keep his tippy toe on the bag. In the tying run in scoring position. As we start to sneak up on that time limit. Fouled away over to the left side. Unofficially, a 7:33 start. Making 9:23 an hour and 50 minutes. That is unofficial, though. That is a shot towards right field. Misplaying it in right. That is Mahoney coming in to score. Morrison on his way to third. Blake Gill. And it's a 2-2 game with the go-ahead and potentially winning run at third, depending on whether we get to the seventh or not. And apparently that is going to do it for Jay Gonzalez. And that may actually have determined whether we go to the seventh or not. I think this warm-up period will likely consume what time might have gotten us to the seventh. We'll see, and we'll be back with a new pitcher after this.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for two on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Garrett Gilbert, the new pitcher. And that will ricochet off Mitchell's mid. In will come Gill. Braden Lee delivering with an RBI single. And the question becomes, is that your ball game? Well, apparently we're not at the time limit. Still nobody going. Braden Thornhill coming to the plate. So unofficially we weren't there, and now apparently officially we are not at the time limit. Jay Gonzalez worked an inning, faced 6. And by the way, that is Preston Barnett who is pitching. Not Garrett Gilbert. So Preston Barnett donning 16, not 40. Thank you very much, Nick Singleton. Lee with his lead at first. High pitch from Preston Barnett. The numbers on Gonzalez, by the way, worked an inning, faced 6. No strikeouts, no walks, no hits. Did have a hit batsman. But he will be charged with the 2 runs, or at least the 2 runs plated during his tenure. As you got a walk given to Braden Thornhill. And in reality, all 3 runs plated during the Gonzalez tenure on the mound. The 2 that came in the 6th and the 1 that came in the 5th. And if you were like, wait a minute, he only worked an inning. Well, an inning as in the number of outs. That inning spanned the 5th and 6th, but he didn't get an out in the 6th. But it was errors that were contributing factors. The run that plated in the 5th inning, it got started by an E6. He hit batsman, and an E9 contributing to the runs here in the 6th inning. Eric Maver next. And the count goes to 3-1. Maver 1 for 2 in the game, singled in the 2nd, grounded to a 4-3 in the 4th. And Barnett facing his 3rd since coming into the ball game in relief of Gonzalez. And will extend another walk, this one to Eric Maver. And the bases are loaded. Runners at first, second, and third. Lee gets on with a single, walks of Thornhill and Maver. Bring Tucker Monty to the plate. Monty 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, 1 swinging, 1 looking. A little bit outside with a pitch from Barnett. Jacob Sonez moving to the on-deck circle. Another pitch outside. Well, it looks like there will not be a game today that goes the full 7. That 1 hour, 50-minute time limit will stop us at no greater than 6. Ground towards short. McNeil goes to first with the throw. Gets the out while Lee comes in from third. So Monty will pick up the RBI on the 6-3. And one away for Jacob Sones. Sones has struck out and reached on an error, scoring a run as well. Baseball starts tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. as we resume coverage of the Showcase Series here at the University of Southern Miss. Hit by the pitch is Sones. He'll go to first. Cole Bounds coming to the plate. Bounds 0 for 2 in the game, has ground out to short, ground out to second. Back to the plate with the bases full. Here in the 6th, outside with a pitch from Preston. One laid down, but sent foul. And the count even at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Talon Cipriano moving to the on-deck circle. And I feel fairly certain we are not going to the 7th. My unofficial clock has us 2 minutes away from an hour 50. Hit by the pitch is Bounds. Thornhill coming in from third. And Bounds picking up the RBI as the hit batsman, and that is your ball game. It wraps up after 6. And let's take a look at your final numbers in this one as we get a light show. Compliments of Southern Miss. For Florida Bama Scout, 19 hits, 2 errors committed, 2 runs scored, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, 7 left stranded. Mississippi Scout, 16, total of 3 hits, 5 runs, 2 errors. They will leave 8 aboard. Got a run in the 5th and plated 4 runs in the 6th. And that'll be it for your night of baseball and your day of baseball too, and your morning of baseball. We cover just about every day part on your Friday. Tomorrow we'll start in at 9. See you then. Thanks so much for watching. For all the folks with the Showcase Series and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody.